here. Call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Borowski.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Ms. Quinn Davidson is excused. She's traveling, but she's going to attempt to call in, so we'll recognize her when she does.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Traney.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Present.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
Ms. Wemhoff. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Deputy Chief McCoy, can you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, there are no minutes of previous meetings?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, welcome.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brings us to Assembly Chair's report. The only thing I have is that we worked on again today and we'll be bringing before the body proposed rules on what happens when we've closed public testimony and have amendments that affect a substantial change to the ordinance. There's state case law and some state restrictions that if you make a dramatic change, a fundamental change in the ordinance, you're required to bring it back for additional public hearing. We'll bring before the body what rules we want to adopt for ourselves in that situation to recognize that requirement. But also, if it wasn't quite as fundamental but seriously changed it, should we open up public hearing just at that same time to allow the public to comment on it and how we handle that. But that's all I had. We'll bring that before the body. Committee reports, Ms. Borowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Youth Advisory Commission met last week, and we discussed Awake's Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month and the events going on around town, and we also discussed Anchorage Youth Development Coalition's Alaska Youth for Environmental Action, which is geared towards youth 12 to 18. It's a retreat focusing on environment, bettering the environment, all of that stuff, so that's available. And also the Youth Environment Party, which I think Felix Rivera attended, and there was a great turnout for that. And then Identities Leadership Retreat for LGBTQ youth, ages 13 to 18. And then the Job Fair, which takes place February 8th, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Thank you, Ms. Broski. Mr. Weddleton.
The Community and Economic Development Committee met this past Thursday, the 24th, and we discussed in depth 3 licenses that we'll see near the end of our meeting. We also continued our discussion on mobile food units and using connexes for that, and also how to define discounts in relation to marijuana sales tax. Also, another point we did get yesterday, a very draft of new rules for handling trash and so on related to bears, which we'll be seeing more of fairly soon. But that's been a big issue. Hopefully get something in place before the bears start coming out, though I hear there is one in Kincaid Park rummaging around. And maybe Felix can go into more depth, but we spent the day at Denida Center. There was kind of a couple long sessions from talking about homelessness and how to deal with it, and there's half a dozen people from Lower 48 up here who just kind of letting us know what they're doing. And I don't know if it's reassuring that we are not too far off from what this variety of people are doing. It would have been nice to have someone up there who said we're doing nothing because we solved the problem. So I'm waiting for that meeting. Thanks.
As are we. Mr. Dunbar.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Audit Committee met on January 16th, and the committee voted unanimously to endorse the 2019 audit plan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your work on that. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Borowski, for showing all of us up. So on the Assembly Committee on Homelessness meeting of January 16th, we received an update on the Anchored Home Plan and the priorities in that plan that we're going to be taking on in 2019. It was an informative discussion. Then, as my colleague Mr. Weddleton stated, we both attended a discussion on homelessness, housing, and collaboration put on by CHA, Rasmussen, and Providence. And there were 2 parts of the discussion. First, based on data and accountability, something that I know a lot of our constituents have talked to us about over the last year or so. And then a second part was talking about best practice models used across the country, and that was also very informative. Lastly, Mr. Chair, in the February Assembly Committee on Homelessness, we'll be taking an inside look at permanent supportive housing and other types of housing. So we'll be going around and actually touring the facilities. And we'll be doing that sometime in February. It may be the same meeting that we would normally meet, or it may be another time. All right, that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Trainey.
Nothing, sir.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Elections Committee will be meeting tomorrow, January 30th at 2 p.m. We're going to be meeting in City Hall Room 240. We'll be discussing the upcoming vote-by-mail election, and we also have a 6th location that we're going to be discussing about where people can vote during the election this April. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I had the blockbuster committee meeting of the week.
Yes, you did.
The Utilities and Enterprise Committee met and had a briefing from the administration and from CH2, the contractor for the port. And it was a very eye-opening conversation. And the thick and thin of it is the proposed scope has changed and the cost has doubled, and the end post seems to have gone farther away and become much more scary and grand. And don't know where the best path forward lies, but in collaboration with the chair, we are setting out, and my co-chair, a new course of action. The Assembly is going to start to closely engage with a variety of stakeholders including port customers, port engineers, including some regulators and the rail and others who have expressed interest, and boy, my phone's been ringing, with the intent of having a briefing in the next couple of weeks where all of these folks put forward their analysis of our project as it stands and give us some feedback that we can take in. And then a conversation has begun between myself and Mr. Croft that, like we did with SAP, hired an independent analyst to ensure that we are doing the very best we can. We're going to begin the conversation with the membership about finding the resources to do that. If you think about the scale of this project, it starts where SAP ended, right? And projections are that it could become very, very, very big. And so that's not in the cards, I don't believe. And so we have a due diligence duty to get on top of this. And to that effect, the committee, I believe the chair is designated now as a committee of the whole, that everybody is a member of that committee, and your participation in the short and midterm is really greatly appreciated. And stay tuned for information. You should see a press release and announcement coming out soon.
Thank you for your leadership on that, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wimhoff.
I am not chair of a committee, but I did throw a fantastic birthday party for my granddaughter, and she aged brilliantly. And fun was had by all.
You were chair of the birthday committee?
Well, I was co-chair.
Okay, good.
We were unicorn specialists. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to have a public safety meeting on 6th February, Wednesday. And in general, what I hope we will attend or pay attention to is lessons learned. What have we learned? What's our recovery been like, and particularly in public facilities and utilities and infrastructure? And then what have we learned about communications? We had one radio station that was up, and they had a standby generator, and oh, by the way, they had a 40 or 50-year history of being designated as a community communication resource. I'm also inquiring about what more could or should be done to make sure that mobile phones and the repeater stuff stays up for a significant period of time. All those things are inordinately valuable. And then quite interested in, can we learn about the substructure of the ground, the areas that we should be paying more attention to when it comes to analyzing the soils and building on it, and then should we change the building codes, building safety codes, and lastly, but perhaps, well, then DOT. What have they learned that can harden perhaps some of the roads that collapsed? And the last thing, but probably most important, how well did we handle the displaced persons and families and food and supplies for those sort of things? So any other things you all are interested in, let me know. The administration has said that about 3 weeks from now they'll have some more information that they've been gathering, and I'm sure there'll be a subsequent meeting on this subject. Thank you. Oh, and on the port, several of you could write a doctoral thesis on how not to do a public works project and so on, but there have been several pretty well done analysis of all the problems and the overlapping ones that were done and the finger pointing and so on, and I would commend to you all. Maybe the committee ought to kind of pull those together and figure out a way to make that information easy for us all to access. But it's a well-beaten trail and a great deal to be learned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Brings us to the addendum to the agenda. I'd ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum and lay it on the table items.
Move to incorporate the addendum and lay it on the table items.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Trainee, I believe, or whoever got to the button first. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, Mr. Vice Chair, will you read the addendum and lay it on the table items?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9C1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 91-2019, recommendation of award to Roger Hickle Contracting, Inc., RHC, for the Anchorage Police Department Administrative Office Building Project to the Municipality of Anchorage Maintenance and Operations Department. 9 Delta 17, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 90-2019, sole source purchase from Computer Associates Technology, CA, for software licenses, maintenance, and support for the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA, Information Technology Department. 9D18, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 93-2019, sole source purchase order with Alcan Electrical and Engineering, Inc., Alcan, to provide portal security and surveillance systems for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Police Department. 9D19, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 94-2019, Executive Appointment, Mark Corsentino, Anchorage Water and Wastewater General Manager, Employee Relations. 9D20, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 96-2019, Watershed and Natural Resources Advisory Commission appointments, J. Brett Jokala and Stephanie N. Quinn Davidson, Mayor's Office. 9D21, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 100-2019, Asset Retirement Obligation Investment Fund Board appointment, Glenn W. Cipriano, Mayor's Office. 9F15, Resolution Number AR 2019-42, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $673,932 of a Federal Transit Administration Section 5303 Planning Pass-Through Grant in the form of an Alaska Community Transit Reimbursable Grant Agreement from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, and appropriating $181,961 as a contribution from the Area-Wide General Fund 101-000 to be used as match-all to the State Direct Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 for providing transit planning, all within the Public Transportation Department. Accompanied by 9F15A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 89-2019. 9F16, Resolution Number AR 2019-43, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $320,000 as a contribution from the 2018 Public Transportation Operating Budget Area-Wide General Fund 101-000 to the Miscellaneous Operations Grant Fund 261010 for transit activities, all within the Public Transportation Department, accompanied by 9F16A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 92-2019, 9F17, Ordinance Number AO 2019-9S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 6, 14, and 15 to impose additional fees and penalties for long-term vacant properties and persistent nuisance properties, creating a dedicated nuisance property abatement fund, and establishing a foreclosure registry Department of Law, accompanied by 9F17A, Assembly Memorandum Number AN 95-2019, 9F18, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 97-2019, Urban Design Commission appointments, Carla Baxley, P.E., Edith J. McKee, P.E., and Melissa Morse, AIA, NCARB, Mayor's Office. 9F19, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 98-2019, Planning and Zoning Commission appointment, Danielle Bailey, Mayor's Office. 9F20, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 99-2019, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals appointments, Kenneth W. Ayers, PLS, Tanya Heacock, and Monica P. Emerton, Mayor's Office. 9F21, Resolution Number AR 2019-44, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $548,999 as a contribution from the 2019 Anchorage Police Department Operating Budget, Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund 151-000 to the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Capital Projects Fund 451 for leasehold improvements at 716 4th Avenue, all within the Anchorage Police Department, accompanied by 9F21A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 101-2019. 9F22, Ordinance Number AO 2019-23, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending certain provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code Title 12, Taxation, to establish a presumption that owners of real property significantly damaged and devalued as a result of the Point McKenzie earthquake, PMQ, have compelling reasons they were unable to specify grounds for reducing their valuations before the period to appeal assessments to the Board of Equalization expired in in order to allow late filed appeals, requesting the municipal assessor to investigate and consider issuing corrected assessments of reassessments for real properties, filing for state or federal disaster recovery and relief support from the PMQ that did not appeal their 2019 real property assessment, and to provide for prospective tax relief for properties damaged in any future earthquake after the annual property assessment process is completed. Assemblymember Constant and Assembly Chair Croft. 12A, David Levy, introduction of the 4th Avenue Theater Working Group. 14X2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 15-2019, public comments received by the Planning Department for case number 2019-0006, re-AR 2019-31, Planning Department. 9D22, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 102-2019, cooperative purchase from Braun Northwest Ambulance, Braun NW, through the Houston-Galveston Area Council, HGAC, for the purchase of a new 2018 Ram 4500 4x4 dual rear wheel chassis for the restoration of Medic 1 ambulance, unit number 7371, for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Fire Department. 9F23, ordinance number AO 2019-24, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly suspending and delaying the effective date of AO 2018-74 as amended, which requires community workforce agreement review for projects in excess of $3.5 million from September 25th, 2018 to April 1st, 2019, Department of Law, accompanied by 9F23A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 103-2019.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. When appointments are on the regular agenda, we try, particularly for heads of departments or heads of our entities, to have a confirmation workshop, work session, and we're getting a lot of good appointments to good commissions as well as appointment for AWU. If any member wants to pull that for a confirmation hearing, that's up to them. I just wanted to point that out and point out to the public it doesn't necessarily mean any question or problem with any particular appointee, just the Assembly would like to hear from them, but we'll see whether that happens. I'll now go down the dais and ask any member if they'd like to pull items from the consent agenda. Ms. Borowski.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing.
Mr. Dunbar.
A2 for reading.
9A2 for reading. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9 Alpha 1 for reading. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Vice Chair Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9 Foxtrot 2.
9F2, thank you. Mr. Trainee.
9D19 and 9F23.
9 Delta 19.
I do want to have a confirmation hearing on the individual, and I also want a full breakdown on their finances.
And then 9 Foxtrot 23.
23.
Thank you, sir. Is that all?
That's it.
Yes. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I would like to pull 9D20.
9 Delta 20.
Thank you.
You bet. Ms. Wimhoff.
I'd like to pull 9D1.
9D1. And then I saw Mr. Dyson, but I do not see him now. Mr. Dyson, do you have anything to pull on the consent agenda, sir? Anything to pull on the consent agenda? He is giving the universal thumbs down for no items to pull on the consent agenda. So I have then 9 Alpha 1, 9 Alpha 2, 9 Delta 1, 19 and 20, and 9 Foxtrot 2 and 23. Anyone else want to pull anything else? That leaves us with the remainder of the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
Move to approve the consent
Second.
agenda.
It's been moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent on the remainder of the consent agenda. I see no objection, so that passes unanimously. And that brings us to 9 Alpha 1, resolution number AR 2019-40, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2019 as Black History Month by the entire Assembly and Mayor Berkowitz. Who's presenting and who's reading?
I'm reading.
Ms. LaFrance is reading.
Should I
Is there anyone here?
move to approve? Move to approve?
It's been moved and seconded.
Ask unanimous consent, sir.
Ask unanimous consent for its passage. Seeing no objection, that passes unanimously. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you. AR number 2019-40, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2019 as Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month began as Negro History Week in 1926, founded by historian Dr. Carter G. Woodson and Omega Psi Phi fraternity as a way to bring national attention to the contributions of African Americans throughout our nation's history. And whereas Dr. Woodson originally chose the second week of February for Negro History Week because it marks the birthdays of three great Americans, Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Abraham Lincoln, and the founding of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, on February 12, 1909, and whereas the 2019 Black History Month theme, Black Migrations, emphasizes the movement of people of African descent to new destinations and social realities, including relocations from southern farms to southern cities, from the South to the Northeast, Midwest, and West, and from the Caribbean to U.S. cities and migrant labor farms, which resulted in more diverse and stratified interracial and intraracial urban populations and a changing social environment. And whereas African Americans have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of Anchorage and Alaska, including the construction of the Alcan Highway during World War II, and contributions to our civic, business, educational, and social life. And whereas Shiloh Community Development, Inc. and their community partners will be hosting the 2019 Black History Month kickoff event, Alaskan Trailblazers 2019, at the Beartooth Theater on Friday, February 1st at 11:30 a.m., where the contributions and achievements of African American trailblazers in Alaska, Betty Davis, Alonzo Patterson, Elthelja Sampson Davis, Blanche Preston McSmith, Ed Rhodes, Dr. Joshua Wright, Mahala Ashley Dickerson, John S. Parks, Richard Watts, and the Alcan Black Army Engineers will be recognized. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that February 2019 shall be recognized and celebrated in the municipality of Anchorage as Black History Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 29th day of January 2019.
Thank you.
Welcome. We know who you are, but
We're
state your name
saving it
for
for
the record.
Betty.
So did you want me to say a few words first, or am I going to?
No, please introduce yourself.
All right. So I'm Celeste Hodge Groudon. I just want to thank the Assembly for this resolution celebrating Black History Month. Shiloh Community Development is an organization that empowers youth, minorities, and the disadvantaged. And we are really excited to celebrate Black History Month. As was shared, February 1st is our kickoff event, which is going to be at the Beartooth Theater. We're going to unveil a series of 10 vignettes of local African Americans who are trailblazers in this state. And I just want to say, you know, there's many activities and programs that will take place throughout the month, and I would encourage you to participate, to attend, to learn about the culture of African Americans. And so, again, just thank you on behalf of our community, not just SCDI Shiloh, but the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. We have Mr. Trainee.
Good to see you again,
Hey.
Celeste.
Hi.
We've got grandchildren that are black. Do you have anything for kids? I'm thinking age 5 to 9, that spectrum. We got a couple of granddaughters who need to go there.
Okay, so on Sunday, first of all, every event is appropriate for children. But on Sunday, the last Sunday in February at the Barnes & Noble, there's a story time where our young people actually read to, I won't say seniors or individuals that are a little older than them, but it's an opportunity for our kids to read to adults, and then we'll have the teenagers reading to even younger kids. And so, yes, there is that opportunity as well as others.
If you'd send me the email, Celeste, I'd appreciate it.
I will definitely send you the link.
Good to see you again, ma'am.
Likewise.
And then one more second, Celeste. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, hi.
It's neat to celebrate some of the accomplishments of some of the people we know and have been active here. But there's some black Americans who made a contribution in well over 100 years ago. My favorite is Mike Healy, Captain Mike, colloquially known as Roaring Mad Mike, who was skipper of first the Corwin, which was built on the Columbia River, and was with the Revenue Service, which is one of the three pieces that made the Coast Guard: the lighthouse people, the surf rescue people, and the Revenue Cutter Service. And so Mike served on the Corwin, and then the Revenue Cutter, the Bear, both of which had huge histories here. Dramatic rescues, interdiction of bad guys, and it was interesting. This will be interesting to you, Mr. Croft. Previous to the Army taking here, the Revenue Service had the civil government, and they would show up in port and conduct court, in ports and conduct court. And people would come in and these guys would make their decisions and haul the bad guys to San Francisco and so on. But so Mike is a hero to mariners and to early Alaskan or early statehood days. He also got in trouble a couple times. He had his own ways of administering justice on board, which would beaten the stuffings out of a couple, three guys, which apparently was contrary to the employee manual for supervisors, but is well known and well thought of, and a credit both to Alaska and his origins. And he, by the way, kind of what's the expression? Went it for white or passed for white in order to, and was, and as did many of his siblings who were college professors, concert musicians, and doctors, and so on. But anyways, I'm delighted to speak for him and the impact that he had on our state, which was very significant.
I appreciate those comments. As a matter of fact, we're just thankful to Alaska Community Foundation, who actually provided the $10,000 grant to Shiloh Community Development to have the vignettes of the individuals produced. And so they have already shared that they're looking forward to working with us again, and Mike Healy will make the next round. And so I definitely agree with you there. And also I just wanted to follow up Assemblyman Training. There is also Hoops for Unity, Hoops, H-O-O-P-S, for Unity. And that's an opportunity for our young people, our kids, to actually build a relationship with our law enforcement folks. And so this is like the third annual that will be at the Fairview Recreation Center. And what I love about our projects is we don't charge. I mean, all of our activities are at no cost so that we can attract the individuals that really need to participate at our events. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And when's the event again? Just one more time.
Which one?
I'm sorry, the Beartooth event.
That's Friday, this Friday, February 1, at the Beartooth to kick off the Black History Month celebration.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. So thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is item 9 Alpha 2, resolution number AR 2019-41, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Senator Betty Davis for her public service by all the members of the Assembly and Mayor Berkowitz. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'd ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that passes. Senator Dyson, are you prepared to read?
I am.
You may. Mr. Dunbar and I will be presenting.
Whereas Betty Jean Ivory was born in Homer, Louisiana, May 17, 1938, graduated from Elliott High School in Bernice, Louisiana, earned her bachelor's degree in social work from Grambling State University, and whereas when her husband Troy Davis was assigned to Elmendorf Air Force Base in 1973, Senator Davis worked as a nurse and a social worker at the Alaska Psychiatric Institute, eventually retiring as a social worker with the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services. And whereas following her retirement, Senator Davis commitment to our children called her to public service, and she was elected to the school board in 1982, serving for 13 years, over 3 decades, and served as the chair of the State Board of Education from 1998 to 1999. Whereas in 1990, Senator Davis became the first African-American woman to be elected to the Alaska State House of Representatives, and in 2000, the first African-American elected to the Alaska State Senate, where she served until 2013. And whereas the legislation that Senator Davis introduced was an expression of her strong character, caring nature, and willingness and persistence in helping Alaskans, especially vulnerable children, the sick, and our elders, and whereas Senator Davis sponsored bills increasing Denali Kid Care for children and pregnant women, funding pre-kindergarten programs, and expanding the mental health care, Medicaid adult dental services, and prescription drug coverage for seniors, while advocating for foster and homeless children and defending felons' voting and civil rights. And whereas Senator Davis passed away on December 2nd, 2018, at the age of 80, leaving behind a loving family, friends, colleagues who will miss her wit, spirit, and passion for service to others, and bequeathing to all of us a legacy of unparalleled activism, trailblazing, public service, and commitment to empowering those on the margins of our society. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Senator Betty Davis for her decades of public service, leadership, and championing of social justice and equity. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 29th day of January 2019.
I just want to thank the Assembly for this proclamation, recognizing my mother and all of her achievements. I mean, you seriously broke down in here what she actually was doing for the past 40, 50 years. And I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I'm just so emotional now because it just passed so quickly, but I just want to thank you all for that, for this honor. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some comments. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. So Betty and I started being friends with her standing right there yelling at me. And when it says here that she had a strong spirit, I would say that's an understatement. But we went on to, well, it was interesting when I confronted her about the anger. She says, oh, that's the way we do things. It doesn't mean anything. That's my culture. And I said, well, it does mean something to me, and we got to work this out. And we did over 25 years, work together on a bunch of legislation. And we shared some heartaches together. And I had some family problems. I'm sure you all were perfect, but Betty thought there was some issues there, and we shared some tears together and some prayers. And I don't miss her as much as you do. But my world is a little dimmer, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I had the honor of serving with her in the legislature, and then and I thought that would be it, but then we both got to serve together on the school board. As a freshman legislator, I remember going, I was going to go to Betty. I don't remember the issue, but I remember preparing for it. I wanted to be ready. There was I don't remember the anger so much. I just remember an intensity, like I better really know what I'm talking about, or she's going to know. So studying up in a way I didn't before going into anyone else's office to ask for the information or the support or the whatever I needed. And then always an emphasis, a love of kids, and sort of where she started and where she ended back up, and always reminded us on the school board that that's what we were there for in case we forgot. So I'll miss her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. To speak very briefly, the first time I ever ran for office, one of the first people I went to go talk to was Betty, and she took me to her home a couple times. She put my sign up in her yard a couple times because she was from East Anchorage. She was just so warm and welcoming, and the first time I ever went to Shiloh Baptist Church, she invited me and took me with her, and it was an honor. And I know I'm going to miss her. And, what struck me about her, I didn't have the opportunity to legislate with her, but her tremendous pride in her family, and how proud she was of you and everyone else in her family. It just came out every time we talked. And so thank you so much for sharing your mother with this city and with this state. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I can just, I of course, I remember Senator Dyson, and when Senator Davis served in the legislature, and I do recall some of those times. But I do want to let you know that, when I worked under Senator Davis, she at one time put together an African American summit. And she always talked about putting forth another one, but never had the opportunity. She was just into everything. And so in her honor, we are moving forward with the Betty Davis African American Summit. And the theme is moving towards hope together. And it's in celebration of Black History Month as well on February the 16th at Clark Middle School. And it starts at 9 a.m. with a breakfast, a tribute to Senator Betty Davis. And I'd like to invite the Assembly to it. Again, everything is free, but it is a breakfast in her honor, a tribute to Betty Davis, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on item pulled, we have three items in the 9 deltas, 9 delta 1, 19, and 20. They're all appointments. The first one was by Ms. Wimhoff.
Yes, mine will be fairly short.
So I'll read the 9 Delta 1. I'm sorry. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 63, 2019, Public Transit Advisory Board appointments, Don Groth and Chelsea Ward Waller. Ms. Wimhoff, sorry.
I'd like to move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. This is where I could talk now. I'm learning some of the procedures still, excuse me.
It's been
It is.
moved and seconded.
Okay.
Any objection? Then that passes, Ms. Wimhoff,
Okay.
unanimously.
Am I able to make a comment?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a short comment. I'm not sure if Chelsea or Don are here tonight, but it is going to be nice to have them on the Public Transit Board. This is a board that really is driven by people who utilize the people mover, and that's what makes it so important. We have fantastic volunteers on that board, and I wanted to mention that I had a great conversation with Jason, our Deputy Chief of Staff here for the mayor, earlier today, talking about the processes for kind of expediting and helping with communication issues for people who want to apply for any of our boards and commissions. We came up with some great ideas, and the mayor's office is working on that. But I wanted to say that the goal is to make it more accessible for people, including everything from downloadable PDFs, so it doesn't have to be an online application, to integrating applications. But I just wanted to share that we need our people who are on our boards and commissions, and they are volunteers and they make a difference. And so thank you for those two for putting their name out there, and thank you for giving me that moment, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff. Next item is 9 Delta 19, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 94-2019, Executive Appointment Mark Corsentino, Anchorage Water and Wastewater General Manager. It was pulled by Mr. Trainee. What is the will of the body?
I'm going to move to postpone this one to the meeting of February 12th. I want us to have a work session on this individual because it's executive appointment for the 8th of February at 2 p.m.
Second.
When I take a look at what we've got, this will allow us to have the time to go over this individual and make sure we want to confirm him.
It's been moved. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. It's been moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Any objection to postponing action until February 12th? Seeing none, we will bring it back up again for action on February 12th. Next is item 9 Delta 20, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 96-2019, Watershed and Natural Resources Advisory Commission appointments, J. Brett Jokela and Stephanie N. Quinn Davidson from the Mayor's Office. It was pulled by Mr. Constant. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any objection to this item? Seeing none, it's approved. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, the only reason I pulled it was because in case our missing member showed up before we took the final vote on the consent agenda, I didn't want that person to be caught in a conflict situation. So that's her wife. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been adopted. That brings us to 9 Foxtrot 2. That was pulled by Mr. Rivera, but at my request, Mr. Rivera.
Move to introduce.
Second. Third.
Mr. Trainee reminds us we need a third, so it's been moved, seconded.
And me, third.
And a third for Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I have a conflict with this item as the lessee is my employer.
Right, so let's just put on the record, but who's your employer?
Alascom, also doing business as AT&T Alaska.
And the item before us is a 5-year lease of Heritage Bank land to that company?
Correct. A 5-year lease extension.
Extension. Have you had any dealings as an employee with them with this parcel or activities related to it?
No, I have not.
How long have you worked at AT&T Alaska?
15 years.
Oh, since you're a mere child. And what? What's your position there?
I am an area manager.
So the conflicts ordinance and factors that we have, or is there a financial or private interest? There's 6 factors listed. The most relevant, I think, to me is factor number 5. Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons, as opposed to a private interest? Well, I would hold it's not a direct financial interest to you. It's unlikely to lead to direct financial results. It is a private interest of your employer that is not shared generally with the public, and I would determine you do have a conflict of interest and should not vote on this matter. That ruling is appealable by any member? Yeah.
Well, just point out, this has been introduced already, so she couldn't take any action until next meeting anyway. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think there's a tendency to not just want to touch it if you have a conflict of interest, so that we'll vote without her present on the introduction.
We don't. Do we need to vote on the introduction?
No, we don't.
Well, it was pulled, so it'll have to be
3, first, second, and third.
It's already introduced. So
You're right, Mr. Dunbar, and the clerk. You're right, both because you're right and because the clerk agrees with you. But it's been moved, and I'll just note without any involvement and a conflict being declared by Ms. LaFrance. Brings us to 9 Foxtrot 23 on the laid on the table section. 9 Foxtrot 23 is ordinance number AO 2019-24, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly suspending and delaying the effective date of AO 2018-74 as amended, which requires community workforce agreements for agreement review for projects in excess of $3.5 million from September 25th, 2018, the effective date, to April 1, 2019 by the Department of Law and scheduled for public hearing on February 12th, and Associated Assembly Memorandum number AM 103, 2019. What's the will of the body? It was moved by Mr. Trainee.
Actually, I'm moving it now. Move to introduce, sir.
Second.
Okay.
Been
My question
moved,
goes to
second, and
administration,
third.
Mr. Chairman.
But it,
If you don't mind, have you talked to organized labor? Because we had about 300 people show up on this issue. Have you talked to organized labor? Do they know, in fact, you're planning on moving implementation date of this?
Through the chair, the answer is yes. We have been in contact with both the South Central Buildings and Trades Council and with the Associated General Contractors. We've informed everyone that we are hoping to move the effective date to April 1st. It's taking a little longer to put together the template than we had originally anticipated, and I think everyone is on board with the notion of making sure we get it right from the start.
Thank you, sir. That's all. That's the only question I have.
good. Mr. Weddleton.
Did he call me? Oh, thanks. Excuse me. If there are contractors bidding on projects out there, do they know this will be postponed?
Through the chair, there is only one project in the queue that is over the $3.5 million threshold, and it has not been put on the street yet, so there is no one to alert about any changes at this point.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. It had, and Madam Clerk, you got all first, second, and third? You got introduction? All right, so it has been introduced. That brings us to the end of the consent agenda. We had, brings us to appearance requests, and we had on the addendum an appearance request from Mr. Levy. I see him in the audience. Come forward, Mr. Levy. Thank you for your interest in whatever you're going to tell us, but I believe the Fourth Avenue Theater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Honorable Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Levy, and I'm here to talk to you tonight to speak on behalf of the Fourth Avenue Working Group. We are a recently formed grassroots organization formed to preserve and protect the Fourth Avenue Theater, Anchorage's downtown landmark. We are currently in the planning and development stages, but our focus really is to advocate for the building and to work with all stakeholders, including the current owners, to preserve as much of the building as possible. We recognize that the building is in private hands, but we want to preserve it in any means possible for future generations of Anchorage residents and visitors to appreciate. I want to thank you again for this opportunity. We'll be hopefully working with you in the future. And now I will turn it over to my colleagues as well.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Lovegreen. I'm also one of the Friends of the Fourth Avenue Theater. We do have a packet of background information that I can give to the appropriate person to pass out later.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sheila Abbott Patterson. A brief bio. I've been here in Anchorage since June 16, 1955. I worked at the Fourth Avenue Theater after the earthquake. I love it. Thank you so much for listening to us, and I am a proud member of this new grassroots organization. And Mr. Croft, I simply cannot pass this up.
Uh-oh.
As a preteen, I recall your father singing and playing the guitar to put his way through college, and he was really quite good.
Wow, okay, there we go. It wasn't as bad as I thought.
And Mr. Chairman, we'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any questions.
I think there are, so stay with us.
Okay.
Mr. Trainey.
David, good to see you again.
Thank you.
Are you working with the people that actually own the property?
We're just starting out, and we're hoping to reach out to Peach Investments and other stakeholders who are interested in
You haven't
talking to
met
us.
with them yet, have you?
We've not met with them yet. No.
I do suggest you ask for a walk through the theater, because a year ago I was walking through there and the roof. You do not want anybody in that building if there's a fire. It'll come down like the building on A Street did. It's all wood construction on the inside. So I'd definitely make sure you go through there and take a look at it.
Well, that's through the chair, Mr. Trainey. That's our hope. We'd like to take a look at the building and look at what we can do to advocate for it, either to revamp the building or to work with the owners to help them in any way that we can to advocate for it.
The last time I was in there, the murals can be taken down. They're simply screwed in.
Yeah.
The murals are still in there. So just wanted to let you know.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, David. I just want to thank you as well, A, for your effort to do this work, and also B, for clearly stating up front your intent is to work with the owners, because really that's the pathway forward, I think. And I hear a lot of abuse in certain circles about them, including some pretty hardcore racist things that get said. And I know you guys aren't that, because you said up front you want to work with them. And so I'm very grateful, because with that, I think you can be successful.
Well, through the chair, Mr. Constant, I think as we said, we recognize that this building is in private ownership, and we want to work with them to preserve the building in any different form. As you know, we've talked about this before, there are lots of different examples across the country of public-private partnerships to redevelop this. And you know, one of the things we recognize is not only is it a landmark downtown, but it could potentially generate a lot of interest in business in the surrounding areas. So we look forward to working with them and all other stakeholders as well.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Levy, I thought I had someone else in the queue, but I may have accidentally done it. If there's no one else, appreciate the formation of this group. Brings us to the end of our business before the break. It's about 5 minutes till. So let's try and come back at 6:15 if we can to proceed. So we'll stand adjourned until 6:15. Yeah. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to combine the public hearings for item 13A and 14A.
Second.
Been a motion and seconded to combine the public hearings on item 13A and 14A, two different versions of the school bonds. Any objection to that motion? Seeing none, the public hearing on those two items are combined. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to move to change the order of the day to take up item 14F after 14A.
Amendment to move the agenda 14F, the ARDSA bonds, until after the school bonds.
I'll second that if you need it.
We do, and I appreciate it, Mr. Trainee. So without objection, that change to our agenda has been made. That brings before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2018-109, an ordinance submitting to qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of issuing general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage not to exceed $55,113,000 to pay the costs of capital improvements for the Anchorage School District at the April 2, 2019 municipal election, and Assembly Memorandum Number AM 760-22018, and also for this public hearing, ordinance number AO 2019-19, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of issuing general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage not to exceed $59,113,000 to pay costs of capital improvements for the Anchorage School District at the April 2, 2019 municipal election, and associated Assembly Memorandum Number AM 50-2019. Is there any public testimony on these? Well, I need a motion to. Nope. Public testimony first. So these are the two different, the two school bonds. The original proposal was for $55 million. After considering some of the earthquake damage, they needed a proposal for $4 million addition, so a $59 million. I see President of the School Board, Ms. Marcet, do you want to speak on this briefly? And I also see Mr. Roth from the administration. So the members may have questions for you, or you can just briefly tell us the school district's position on these items.
Well, my name is Star Marcet, and I am president of the Anchorage School Board. And due to time and some of the reports that have been coming out of our Eagle River schools, the board did approve a resolution in support of adding $4 million to the bond to help offset those additional costs that we're facing at Eagle River and Chugach. So that $4 million would be designated to Eagle River and Chugach. And even still, we don't have the full reports back yet on what we're going to be looking at, and I can certainly let Mr. Roth talk to that.
Well, the school board passed a resolution which I pulled off with the help of Katie Grant, but is the school board resolution that we should adopt the $59 million, the larger bond?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, President Marcet. I have questions for her, Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Dunbar.
Well, for you, Ms. Marcet, or for Mr. Roth, and I apologize, I missed the work session due to my military service on Friday, but I think the biggest question that I think a lot of folks have, and I assume you've already answered it a couple times, but it's worth answering again, is why spend $4 million on these two buildings if there's any chance we might not use either of these two buildings again? That is, there has been talk of closing certain schools or shifting school populations from one building to another, like Eagle River High School, which seems to be underutilized. So can you discuss that at all? I mean, are we sure that both of these buildings are good long-term investments for where our population lives?
Well, I think, and I'm going to let Mr. Roth speak too, but I think at this point there's more than just those two schools. If you look at our high priority of schools with the most damage, more than half of those are in Eagle River and Chugach, and not knowing when we would receive those funds that we would need and having to move forward with maybe some repairs. It's just prudent that we have this funds that we can use to address those issues, not just at Greening and Eagle River Elementary, because those schools, we still don't have the final reports. But again, there's more than those two schools in Eagle River and Chugach with excessive damage. And then I'll let Mr. Roth continue on that.
Welcome, Mr. Roth.
Through the chair, just to add to what the board president talked to. So I do want to make one quick clarification. This $4 million is not intended specifically for Eagle River Elementary or for Greening Middle School. It's for the schools in Eagle River and Chugach. As the board president mentioned, we are still trying to assess, or we're getting information back from architectural teams that have gotten into these schools. We're still gathering information on what the damage and what the requirements are. So as we get that information, the funds, if they're approved by the public in April, would go towards those schools in the area that have need.
Thank you. Can I ask a brief follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, of course, Mr.
So I wonder why did I have that mistaken perception that it was for Eagle River Elementary School and for Greening Middle School? Was it ever communicated that way? Did we ever see a resolution that said something to that effect? Or
No, it
perhaps
always
a
said
media
Eagle
report?
River and Chugach
Okay.
schools.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The resolution mentions in the whereas is that Eagle River Elementary and Greening Middle Schools have been red tagged and are not fit for occupancy. But then in the resolved is extra money for Eagle River schools. Mr. Train.
Thank you. Star, I attend your school board meeting. I want to thank you for your leadership, because this wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been for your leadership, calling a special meeting and bringing this forward to the school district and then on to us. Thank you very much for taking leadership in this area.
No, thank you for taking this up. Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton.
No, thanks. So some of this may be reimbursed by FEMA or whoever it is. So I guess what happens then, because so you have this, maybe you sold the bond, but it takes them a year to reimburse you. What happens to that money? I mean, would you pay off the bonds? Because you can't always do that right away.
Through the chair. So, assuming that the monies are approved by the public, they're spent, and as we go through this process through the State of Alaska Department of Homeland Security and through them to FEMA, we may see a percentage of those costs reimbursed, the specific earthquake-related damage costs reimbursed by either one of those agencies. Again, that's a bit of a negotiated process. So to get to your question, what would happen to that $4 million, say, if a percentage is reimbursed? And I don't want to be presumptive, but it really, the district could just continue to pay off the debt in the schedule that it's been incurred through the bond process. It would be the prerogative of the board, frankly, to make that decision whether or not to spend that money or to do a lump reimbursement to pay off or pay down that debt.
Can I follow up? Yeah. So could that money from FEMA be used for general operating expenses? And here's $4 million or whatever it might be.
Through the chair, no, that money, short answer is no. I mean, the money is reimbursed back for the capital expenditures. If it is bond money, we as a district could not repurpose that money for something other than capital needs.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So, Mr. Roth, you may not be able to pay that particular bond that you took out this year or next, but you can pay off older debt that's beyond a repayment protection period.
Yeah, and through the chair, I probably need to be careful. I'm probably the better person to talk to that would be the chief finance officer.
Okay. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This topic came up at one of our meetings recently, and I think, as you're hearing, it's a concern of the body that if funds are made available by the voters, that the people of Anchorage want to be protected from seeing those funds used for anything other than the restoration of your schools. And should there be additional funds, we definitely want to have a talk about how to make that right.
Make sure that happens. Yep. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. This is not a complaint, but word to the wise. Both Eagle River and Greening, those schools are owned by the Clutna people, and they lease to the school district. A very cheerful gift from those folks who are very good citizens. They were the Eklutna people were a bit distressed that nobody told them that that probably Eagle River Elementary wouldn't be rebuilt, and and so on. It would have been good for Eklutna, the owner of the property, the real property, to have been advised before all that hit the newspapers and so on. So I'd encourage you to get them in the loop.
Right. Well, and I don't think we've ever said that it won't be rebuilt. We just can't reopen the school as it is now. Those are some of the things we're going to be putting forth to community, is whether we rebuild those schools, if we do something different. But at this point, I don't think we're saying that any school isn't going to be rebuilt.
Yeah, if I may.
Yes.
I was on the inspection tour of both, and I believe the administration was very clear, for that, 5 or 6 weeks after the earthquake, that rebuilding Eagle River Elementary wasn't going to happen. But I was very clear that's what I heard, and it was from responsible people, and I'm glad that that's not true. My guess is they are right on Eagle River School, but I'm a mechanical engineer, not civil.
Yeah. So if I might, through the chair, certainly not my place to dispute. I'm not cognizant of anybody that's ever made that statement that Eagle River Elementary would not be replaced. The status of the building is in question. Again, we're still waiting to get more definitive results back from the architectural and structural assessment. Now, what I would just offer, and these are for public considerations, and the board president has already indicated, an intent to go forward with the community to have discussions. But if the repair costs to repair that school building, if the estimates are around the 50% threshold of what it would cost construction-wise to replace it, then under current rules, as we understand them from FEMA, that the district could, with their concurrence, replace the building, not try to fix it. But the program, there's a lot of things that we just don't know on how or what to do with the program again, and that's what Ms. Marcette is talking about moving forward with the community.
I think you just put your finger on probably the miscommunication. I clearly heard that was, on all probability, that building wouldn't be repaired, and I jumped to the conclusion that it wouldn't be going to replace. So, as usual, maybe part or all the fault is mine.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Did you have more? Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. I know that you've had to do a lot of shifting. The staff at Chugiak High School has been wonderful bringing greening in and, kind of back to the way it started, Chugiak greening. And I know that Eagle River Elementary kids are shifted into all these different schools, and those staffs have welcomed them, and principals are moved around, and custodial help's moved around. And I know that it was not an easy feat, but the schools are working and the kids are learning. And I just want to say thank you for your leadership, and also, of course, to Dr. Bishop. But the things you've done to make things happen. Thank you.
And I'd just like to comment that our staff, our teachers, our staff, our administration are absolutely fantastic. And through this whole challenge or crisis, everybody has stepped up to the plate, and I couldn't be prouder.
Further questions? Thank you. Thank you both, all three of you. Sorry, sir. And for your attendance at the work session. Any public testimony on either one of these school board bond proposals? Welcome, sir. State your name and give your testimony.
My name is John Bolko, and I'm the one of the co-chairs of the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee for the district. And I'd like to speak in favor of both of them, particularly the $59 million one. That the bonds in general are once again we're not building any new schools. We're not putting any gingerbread on any schools. This is just basic taking care of what we've got. It's we've got 5 projects that the 5 schools that have needed some seismic upgrades and improvements that can only be done whenever the roof's being replaced. And so since the roofs are due for replacement, this is a good time to do it. We've got the number of mechanical projects for boilers, et cetera. We've got a bunch of money in there for safety improvements. For that, currently, we have some schools where the office where people should be, being able to see who's coming into the school for safety reasons, they're off in the middle of the school. So we need to be rearranging stuff here, changing the way the entries to these schools are for safety purposes. So, and I also support and I think the committee supports the additional $4 million for the earthquake recovery. I think we hope for reimbursement from FEMA and from the state, but there's a very good chance that we're not going to get everything back, that we're going to be running into expenses that they're going to say, well, red tape and the bureaucracy isn't going to quite cover that. So anyway.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a number of questions. Give me your last name again.
John Bulko.
Mr. Dunbar.
I just wanted to ask again, what organization was it that you chaired?
Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. We advise we work essentially for the superintendent, and we are a group of just volunteer citizens that meet and come up with suggestions on the capital improvement plan and on the coming year school bond.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. It's actually really nice that you would come out and represent that committee. I think that's a fairly important group. We often hear that these bonds come across as, we're bonding for what's just basic maintenance, and that should be out of the operating budget. And I know the ASD spends, I believe, tens of millions of dollars doing basic maintenance. Is your sense that there is some in here that is kind of smaller, just basic maintenance, or are these all legitimately large capital projects?
This is particularly all large capital projects. This is the not changing the oil on your car. This is replacing the engine on your car. And I think, if we could eventually, the way reimbursement was set up through the state for a long time, doing these projects out of just general operating budget would have been fiscally irresponsible of us. That, when we were getting 70% covered by the state, this was the way to go. If we could get the state to say, hey, if you can put this into your general budget and we'll still cover 70% of it, that would be great. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here tonight. And we actually received a copy of the memo that your committee had sent to Dr. Bishop in August, and you referenced in that memo a backlog of deferred maintenance. And I understand some of the priorities may have been reworked. And actually, we talked about the issue of deferred maintenance as well in a joint meeting. I believe, Mr. Croft, you had made that point. And I understand, too, that the longer we defer some of these projects, the greater likelihood of failure, the greater the possible expense to fix everything. Do you know offhand how much of a backlog there is in terms of deferred projects? And
it's a constantly moving number. Tom Fenisef would probably have the number off the top of his head here. We're talking a couple $100 million at least. So but yeah, it's one of those things where for a long time you might remember that we used to always have in the bonds, there would be emergent projects, right? Mm-hmm. And that was supposed to be covering this. And for a long time, we thought that was enough to keep up with this. And then eventually we realized, no, we are not keeping up with it. That really we should be doing, we needed to be doing much more as for this sort of project.
Thank you, and thank you for your service on the committee.
Thank
you. I don't see any more questions. Thank you, sir. Any more public testimony on either of these two bond proposals? Anyone at all?
Seeing no one. Mr. Haberman,
Mind you, these are two public hearings. It should be 6 minutes. You combined.
you have 3 minutes, sir.
You had a policy that you approved previously when you combined meetings. You had 3 and 3.
Your 3 minutes has started, Mr.
That's totally illegal. Let me start the clock. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. The public process to an appropriate decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. Where do I begin? Before you go to the voters on these two issues, you should address the issue as to, do you want to allow public to build in high-risk areas? And also, if you look at these documents, particularly the second one, you're looking at a situation where, wait a minute now, we don't know exactly the situation. Maybe some of these buildings we're not going to be rebuilt, or we're going to put the money somewhere else to do something else. So if you're going to go to the voters, you need to have a clear record of what you're asking for and follow through. It's fine to spend less money. I'm sure the public would appreciate that and do more service for it. But to say you're going to leave it to the school district, and that's what the language says, and particularly the other one, is that the end result is, aren't you in charge here? And aren't you supposed to listen to the public? But the end result, you got to approve a document that's going to go to the voters to say, wait a minute now, we may have different changes going on, and we're going to do something else. It may not be necessary this, but we're going to apply money somewhere else. This is not the way to go. This is deceitful, and this needs to change right here and now. Now, I'll remind you, over 40 years ago, I raised a question. To build in high-risk areas, is the municipality of Anchorage liable to build in high-risk areas? That question wasn't answered then. It's not answered now. And before you address this scenario, you need to address the situation of the public safety of the students and the public in those buildings. And the fact is, you've not addressed that. The school district has not addressed it. The administration has not addressed it. And what we're hearing is, we're looking into it. We don't have all the information now, but we want you to prove something going to the voters for money. Well, that is backwards. That's not the way you do it. You need to stop this right in its tracks. I'm not questioning the need to deal with issues before and helping the public. But you're not going to do it right when you're going to approve money to say, voters, approve this money, but you've already been told not all the facts is there, what the problem is, and you're leaving it up to the district to say, wait a minute, we shouldn't rebuild that school. It's in high-risk areas, or whatever reason. Well, the fact is, the record clearly shows, we're seeing it here in this city, that we built in high-risk areas. You're not answering it. We built schools in high-risk areas, and the school district administration knew about that for a long time. This does not have to happen again, and we need to stop it now. And close with remarks is reminding you, the chair, that reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard means if you're going to combine public hearings, it's 6 minutes. Thank you very much. It ends my time. I appreciate if there's any questions, since I'm the one person that knows what the heck is going on in this city.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman.
No questions?
Do not see any questions. Any other public testimony on either one of the bond proposals? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Mr. Chairman, move to remove item 14A.
Second.
Item 14A has been moved and seconded. Under discussion, Ms. Wimhoff.
Mr. Chair, I need to declare a potential conflict of interest.
Okay, what's your conflict?
I am a part-time employee of the Anchorage School District.
And do you teach in one of the affected schools?
I do not.
Yeah, I have it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on just one second. So the criteria, and you, in what capacity are you employed in the school district?
I am a teacher.
Teacher. No involvement in the construction or construction maintenance?
None.
Yeah, Mr.
And no
Thank
budgeting.
you, Mr. Chairman. Normally what we do, if this was the operating budget, that might be valid, but this is strictly bonds. It doesn't matter what she's doing. This goes to the voters to approve it. It's a bond issue. It's not the same thing as, because every year, remember when I have to say I've got a conflict because my wife's a school teacher?
I
She's
do.
not now, by the way. She retired. But nonetheless, that comes into our operating budget, not on bonds, sir. Just a point of view.
Ms. Wimhoff, thank you for your disclosure, and it's been put on the record. The chair would rule that you have only a generalized interest in this as a resident of Anchorage or of Eagle River might have, and you'll be allowed to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any member wish to challenge the ruling of the chair on that conflict? I don't see anybody. Did you have any discussion on the matter? No, then Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move this one forward because we need to take this responsibility in our own hands. That's the reason the school district changed it to add $4 million for the earthquake damage, because this area was hit hard by the earthquake. Now, if they get additional money in from FEMA, nobody knows when FEMA is going to finally give us the money. D.C. shut down, for lack of a better word.
I thought they were back up.
Whatever, for the next 30 days,
Oh, okay.
maybe. But it's a matter of getting the FEMA money. Take a look at who's looking for FEMA right now money. You've got hurricanes in the seaboard, you've got fires in California, and they have a lot more representatives than we do. So I wish we had the ability to do it. And quite frankly, this is going to voters, because the state no longer participates in construction. So our voters need to understand that if it goes in front of them, they're paying 100% of it. I've not heard one person tonight that's a voter in Anchorage that's had any problem with this bond for going forward. So I urge the body to approve this and send the voters to let them decide.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Our youth member, Ms. Borowski.
I would too urge the Assembly to move the 14A, because I've heard a lot of complaints about schools that have existed since most people in school currently were born. I've heard complaints about leaky roofs where the school just has to put trash cans under where there's leaks. I've heard of safety concerns where students just have their front doors unlocked and anyone can walk in. And of course, the earthquake. Earthquake damage has affected pretty much every school in Anchorage and Eagle River and Chugiak. And it is important that we fix these. There's a ton of overdue fixes that just haven't been dealt with, and they weren't dealt with for years. And I think it is important to prioritize this on the bond, on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borowski. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So we heard testimony that it's irresponsible to fund this because there might be other funding, or we don't know exactly. And the message I've been sharing to the members of the public I've been hearing from on this is that, in fact, we do have a responsibility to take care of our own. And if someone else is going to come forward and fund us, then we can figure out how to rectify the balance sheet. But we are responsible for the livelihood and the safety and wellness of our community, and especially the education. And so we have a duty to pass this, I believe. I have heard from some people who say don't increase the funds because they should have earthquake insurance. But most of us understand that the muni self-insures, and so it comes from the same pot. And I don't know who the smartest person in the room is, but I do know that it's a smart deal to take care of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also urge that we approve this. Out in Chugiak Eagle River, of course, in addition to schools, we're dealing with other things, but schools, even though they are open, are still dealing with repairs that are needed. The Chugiak High School pool just reopened. So we do have things that are going on that impact the community. These are community centers, and they say education is the cornerstone of society, and we have a few broken cornerstones that need some fixing. So I urge that we do send this to the voters.
Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask to see if our Eagle River representatives had any opinion on the matter, and thank you, Ms. Wimhoff, for providing your opinion. I'm going to be voting in support of the larger bond package and in support of our of the constituents out in Eagle River, which Ms. Wimhoff and Mr. Dyson represent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. That was all I had in the queue. Any member wish to get in the queue? Any member testimony? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you on the line?
Oh, just wanted to make sure you knew I was here.
Yep.
Yes.
The
clerk was reminding me. So, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on the school bond proposal?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. That proposal passes 11-0.
Mr. Chair, do we need to housekeep and kill 13A, or do we just let it die?
I asked the clerk, and if we don't have any motion to bring it forward, it will just die.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 14F. We changed the order of the day, so 14F is ordinance number AO 2019-5, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $32,700,000 of general obligations bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of road and storm drainage capital improvements in the Anchorage roads and drainage service area and related capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage roads and drainage service area at the election to be held in the municipality on April 2nd, 2019, and associated Assembly Memorandum number AM 8-2019. What's the will of the body?
Second.
Public testimony first.
Public testimony. Public testimony is now open.
Sorry.
Yeah, I do. You fell for it, but I apologize. Public testimony is now open on this item. Any member of the public wish to testify? Oh, that's so simple.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Mr. Dunbar.
Just before, there's a woman, I'm not sure if she's here, Lisa from East Anchorage, who wanted to speak about a park.
You go first.
I don't know if she's here yet, but this would be the appropriate bond to speak on because we have an amendment that goes, I believe, to this bond. So that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Public testimony is now open. Welcome.
Hello.
Please state your name and your affiliation. Are you representing yourself or the Community Council?
I'm Nikki Rose. I'm representing the Sand Lake Community Council tonight.
You get extra time if you represent a community
I do.
council.
I get
asking.
extra time. I don't think I'll need it.
Okay.
Thank you for having me this evening, Mr. Chair. From the Sand Lake Community Council, I am coming before you today because of the November 30th earthquake that caused significant damage to Sand Lake, including homes on Tisha Circle, homes on Joy Circle, Viscount, and numerous others. The impact of the earthquake, along with damaged drainage issues, caused the homes to sink about 8 inches to over 1.5 feet, with causing significant damage to the homes and their properties. We have passed at our recent meeting a resolution by a unanimous vote of over 200 people. Thank you to Mr. Falsley for being there that evening. We had a resolution passed to add to the bond funding for drainage to that area, to include homes in Sand Lake, including Tisha Circle, on the 2019 ARDSA bond in fixing the drainage issue that caused the homes to sink even more, and proper drainage in their cul-de-sacs and roads as they enter into the cul-de-sacs. The waters pool in front of their driveways whenever it rains, and many potholes along the warped driveways are few of the clear indicators of drainage issues that have been allowed to go on for years. This is an urgent situation. I urge you, as the residents before me, anyone here from the Sand Lake area that's here, could you please raise your hand? There's over a handful of people here this evening, and even more that could not attend. And as I represent them, we have asked to bring this attention for the drainage issue and the road issues that people can report and see progress on. We would like the muni to put forward a fix to this drainage issue, and this information could be helpful for so many if we can keep progress updated on this. So the network that we have created through the Sand Lake Community Council, if you can go online, we have the info at communitycouncils.org. We have over 1,000 people that are involved in the Sand Lake Community Council on our Facebook page. And we also have a committee that we have created that is chaired by Eugene. And that earthquake committee has been drafting a resolution to this point. The Sand Lake Community Council meets next on February 11th at 6:30 p.m. at Sand Lake Elementary School and the library, where we'll be discussing further what we can do for this earthquake. We thank the chair and all of the assembly members for their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. I think you have, one second if you can come back. Will there be chili and ice cream and all that at this next meeting, or just regular? No, anyway.
No, not
there will not.
meeting.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Ms. Rose, Nikki, just a quick question. Are you on one of these streets?
I am.
Yeah, so you're also one of the affected?
Yeah, my home, just today, the estate assessor came to my home.
Mm-hmm.
It's fallen over 1.5 feet.
Oh.
And he used the word totaled.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the drainage wouldn't be just for my street, but for the Sand Lake community as a whole. The residents you see behind me are mainly from Tisha Circle, which is just to the south of me. And there's also homes along the canal that have been affected, and homes throughout Sand Lake that have been affected.
Wait 1 second, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, well, I don't know if it's, Nikki, are you a civil engineer?
I'm not.
Okay, I need a civil engineer answer. I was just curious, can this road be built so that it works, rebuilt so it'll work, or is it just in a place that's just simply never going to be habitable and we shouldn't bother spending money?
So we did have geotechnical engineers come that we have personally hired, and also from the municipality have come to Tisha Circle, and they believe that there is drainage that could be fixed, and there would be a significant amount of fixing that could be involved by just getting the water out of our soils.
Can I follow up a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're not a civil engineer, but you're faking it real well, so we'll go with this.
I'm just reporting what the geotechnical engineer
that'd be
reported
fine.
to the...
If there's a Jerry Hansen back there or someone like that knows the answers are wrong, he could jump up. But
yes.
So now, my guess is you're kind of in a low spot. The water wants to go there, so you need to pump out the water. Will this require a pump to pump this water up to a different location
I don't
far
know
away?
the fixes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have
Geotechnical
engineers from the media that have a plan.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that plan entails.
I'm very sympathetic with this. It really stinks, but you just want to make sure before you spend the money that it's not good money after nothing. So.
Right. So in order to fix our homes with price tags that are in the, well, my home in particular is over $100,000 to fix. So the residents behind me, before they invest that money into their homes, they want to know that that soil that they're going to be putting the property and reconstructing would actually be decent enough soil to maintain their property.
I would hope so. All right, thank you very much.
And we can bring Mr. Hansen up later or anyone else with expertise. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I think this is, it's a little bit difficult. The way we structure things is we have public testimony and then we have debate, and that's usually when we speak to the subject matter experts. But I do think that, especially if all these folks want to testify on this issue, that the testimony needs to sort of address certain things versus certain other things. And so we need to have kind of a back and forth. So my questions are similar to Mr. Weddleton's. I represent East Anchorage, and there are tons of streets and circles where there's lots of standing water. And none of those circles had this kind of damage after the earthquake. So I wonder are we sure, and can we get, I understand you're not an engineer, but someone to say, fixing this drainage issue will actually solve the soil issues from the developer that caused these basements to fail. Because, again, we have a lot of circles in East Anchorage that would be great to get drainage in as well. So I just want to make sure that those things are actually connected. And then also, I understand that a lot of folks have a lot of damage along the circle, and I want to make sure that, it's sort of a chicken and the egg thing, but if we fix this circle, but it doesn't resolve the issues, is there a chance that a lot of these homes are going to be abandoned, essentially? Unfortunately, that they'll have to be, that they can't be habitable anymore if those issues aren't connected. So that those are the questions I need answered, and I'm just wondering if we have engineers or folks from the city or the state that can do that.
Well, we have answers to those questions. I know that the residents behind me, we want to stay in our homes, we want to rebuild, and we want to stay in our neighborhoods. I've been there over 35 years. And for me, this is home. The Sand Lake community as a whole behind me as well, the geotechnical engineers that did come out, they did say that the drainage was a major component as to why the homes liquefied, the ground under them liquefied and sank. And they did the assessments of what I could tell. They did one particular assessment that really struck me, and that was that the resistance when they tried to basically pound something into the ground was a 1 on usually a scale of 1 to 50, and it took 1 strike to hit into the ground. And so that sand that has now liquefied is very dangerous to build on.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, yeah? Yeah. I have a number of people in the queue. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Nikki. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Question for you is, are the homes built on sand? I hear that was part of the problem is the foundation, much like in Eagle River, where they built on fill in some of these homes. Your area was built on sand?
It's a mix. We don't, my home was different.
You said when they pounded, it went right down quickly?
Right.
Okay.
In the road.
And I think you did a GoFundMe account. Was that successful for you?
Yes.
How much came in on that?
Not enough.
Huh?
Not enough to repair.
But some people did donate to you, didn't they?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Nikki.
Yeah.
Trainee, Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, sorry, coming back again. So, and this, if you don't know the answer, maybe just to throw it out there, anyone else who would. But, so this is $500,000 for design. So you get a design done, and then next year you maybe have a dollar amount, and it's on a bond. And so it might be done 2 summers from now. Would probably be optimistic. And where does that leave people on your street?
We will be here waiting for the meeting to act so we can make our decisions and our plans that way.
You'll be hanging on?
We'll be waiting for the decision tonight to put this on the bond to make our plans going forward.
Okay, but this is just for design. I mean, you may, in August, that the study's done, and they go, can't help you.
Right.
That's
kind of how the whole, since December 3rd, when they told me to leave my home, has been. We are going day by day, waiting for more information to come in.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, it's rough being homeless.
We have a line of people to testify, but we also have Mr. Peterson and Mr. Dunbar in the queue. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted a show of hands whose houses have been red tagged. Anybody here have a red tagged house? So you all are still living in your homes?
No.
You're not?
You cannot live in your home if you don't have sewer and water.
So they're yellow tagged?
My house is yellow tagged.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar.
So going off what Mr. Weddleton said, the muni bond process might take longer than, for example, a state capital grant. And also, this is sort of traditionally the thing that the state used to give us a lot of capital grants for these kind of projects. I know we helped rebuild Campbell Airstrip Road using a state capital grant. So I'm curious, are you pursuing a state capital grant with your state House representative and your state senator?
At this time, I think Senator Costello and Representative Rasmussen have called in. They're actually listening in right now. And so we're going every direction. This particular issue is a municipal issue because the drainage issue is municipal. Does that help?
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and thank you, Ms. Rose, for your service on the Community Council.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sir.
My name is Don Williams. Last name is Williams, and I live in Tisha Circle. And I've been there for almost 30 years, and I've been pumping water out of the cul-de-sac for almost 30 years. We've also opened up sewer lids to let the water go out of the cul-de-sac. I broom it out every time it rains. It leaches back up through the driveway. Little did I know I was sitting on a ticking time bomb that actually exploded on November 30th. And the house went down a foot in the front, not in the back. I'm still living there and trying to get the other neighbors to come back. And I do want to fix the home, but I don't want to fix it if we're not going to fix the problem. When I went into the house immediately after the earthquake, it pulled the water right up in the crawl space and liquefied the ground, and the house went down. And, you know, right now, the 6 homes went down. That's 12 families. There are 4 empty units that are boarded up. Within 2 weeks, we've had vandalism, theft. I've been there 30 years. We've never had a break-in. So it's pretty, you know, I never foresaw this outcome. So, you know, I can fix my house. That fixes one thing, and that's my house. If we fix the drainage, the street, the soil compaction, that allows my land to drain. It allows me to walk out in the street without going through a pond. It allows people in the future to come into our neighborhood and possibly buy a home, makes our home more sellable, and that's not why I'm here. I want to stay in this neighborhood. I raised my daughter in this house, but I just can't, in good faith, put, you know, $50,000 to $100,000 into a house if the drainage issue is not going to be corrected. So my goal is to get the Tisha Circle back up and running to where, you know, we're an asset to the Sand Lake community, not a boarded up community, you know, creating theft and vandalism.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate it.
So I'm open for questions. We hired our 12 residents, got together. We came up with $11,000 to $12,000 to hire a geotech person, and he told us specifically, your land cannot drain because the circle you live in does not drain. So there's nowhere for your water to go. My house is about 4 feet higher than the street, but my foundation goes down 4 feet. So right at the base of my foundation is that water waiting to come up. But it can't go anywhere.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Dean Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N. I used to see Don. I'm kind of relatively new to this circle, and I'd see him out there with the pump, and I'd kind of scratch my head because, you know, there's all this water in the circle, and I'd see him pumping it out. And on the 30th of November, I realized why he was pulling it out. Somebody asked why, if the place is uninhabitable, you know, why are the homes there anyway if they're uninhabitable? You know, back in the day, shouldn't somebody have seen that anyway? Just a question to answer another question. We think they're habitable. We live there now. They're habitable. Not one single person, engineer or otherwise, has told us that it's not habitable. No one has told us it's not fixable. We're Alaskans. And every person we've spoken to said drainage is an issue in the circle. That's our engineer, like Don mentioned. We all got our heads together within weeks after the earthquake and got a geotechnical engineer who told us drainage is a problem. The street, as far as, in layman's terms, it acts as a water trap, and so the water cannot literally go to where it's designed to flow. So we did get the as-built, and we got the subdivision plat, and it's clear that the drainage has failed. It has failed because it does not drain out to Cranberry where it's designed. The water would literally have to make 2 trips uphill before it got to the storm drain, and it's not going to happen. Our sister circle, adjacent to us, to our knowledge, experienced no liquefaction, and their water drains into the storm drain. And one of the boreholes was taken where Tisha Circle adjoins Ashley Circle, and they couldn't find any water. But in our circle, they found water at a depth of, I think, 5 feet. And that's right there in the street. And again, nobody says that it's not fixable. No one said that. And we've put all this together in a short frame of time. We don't have an answer to all the questions, but what we are able to devise is that there's a serious drainage issue in the circle. And like Don was alluding to, in good faith, you know, the reason this is being proposed at this time is because it's late in the day and we have to make decisions. We want to rebuild. It's not just, you know, I mean, there's families, you know, we're a family circle. It's not a place that's seldom lived in. It's lived in all year round. And we want to be able to know that we've looked after ourselves. We just want the drainage problem to get looked after also. And that's the other half of the problem. and we can rebuild in confidence. And, there might not be any confidence if the drainage issue, which has patently failed, isn't fixed. One house would have been an accident, two is a pattern. Thank you very much for being here, and thanks for listening to us.
Hold on, Mr. Cannon. I have Mr. Constant with a question.
Thank you. So, sir, you mentioned that there was a drainage that was below the storm water drain system.
Yeah.
Did you hear from the engineer that happened because of the earthquake or just over time, or was engineered that way, or not engineered, but constructed that way?
It seems like it was constructed as designed, it would have worked, but we had some long-time residents who said that very early on in the cul-de-sac's life, the drainage basically reversed. It doesn't drain out of the circle like it was designed.
So the engineer didn't report on that, though?
Our engineer, he was good enough to give us, some elements of his findings. He doesn't have his written proposal just yet in hand.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Is your house yellow tagged also?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Welcome, sir. Good to see you again. Please give your name for the record.
Good evening, Assembly leaders. My name is Eugene Cho. Last name is C-H-O. Had a long testimony written and planned, but I feel like we're kind of sharing the same message, so I figured I'll just share my own story. I've been in Tisha Circle. I'm a newer resident, been there for about 5 years now, and one thing I realized as soon as I moved in was the water pool that collected in front of many of the homes. And I myself, my home also did sink about 8 to 12 inches, along with 11 neighbors around the circle. And but luckily I was fortunate enough to stay with my brother and my sister-in-law for the last month and a half. I was also yellow stickered, but was told by the Muni that I could not stay overnight. So just restricted use to get what I need, but no overnight stay. But I made the decision to get some help and install some support posts and to move in once we started having the break-ins in our home. As Don mentioned, we've had 3 break-ins, and some of the homes are still vacant. So I moved in to help show that there are people still living there and to help deter some of the vandals that were breaking in. We did hire a geotechnical engineer as well as a structural engineer. Both confirmed the home sunk due to liquefaction. Liquefaction typically happens when there's excess water stored beneath the soil. And as I mentioned earlier, it's something that I noticed for as long as I've been there. It's something that the residents have shared, and we've tried to, one of our neighbors, Matt, tried to reach out to the municipality in the past on multiple occasions, and although we did get some visits, we weren't able to come up with a long-term solution. So if you actually go to Google Earth or Google Maps and search Tisha Circle right now, you will see pools of water in front of my home, along with many of my neighbors' homes as well. And interestingly enough, the homes that sunk regularly have water poolage that happens frequently, even well after the rain is gone. We actually have 4 homes in the circle that did not sink, and those 4 homes don't have regular water pooling in front of their homes. And as Dean mentioned, Ashley Circle, the circle adjacent to our circle, does not have any drainage issues, no water pooling. They did not experience any damage to their foundations or sinking of the homes as well. But the photos that you'll see in Google Earth were taken 8 years ago. If you were to go into our circle now in order to drive through there, you'll see that the issue has progressively gotten worse. There's a pothole right now that's about 2 feet wide. There's 2 crooked light poles. One light pole is almost at about a 45-degree slant. There's big cracks in the road, and the water just isn't draining towards the storm drain that's out of the circle anymore. So now it went from being a concern to a safety hazard for the children that play outside and for myself and my neighbors who go back and forth and in and out of the neighborhood. So that's why, we come before you and we like to ask for your support to get on this bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Yana Rekun, R-E-K-O-U-N, and I lived on Tisha Circle for 6 years. I worked 2 jobs to buy my first home for myself and my teenager son. And now my house is yellow stickered, and I'm not living in the house. I'm staying with friends, and the The water in our neighborhood is really bad. I mean, you can't garden because the water is always wet. Everything in the summer is just not growing. The puddles in front of the house, my driveway sank so much that if you are driving a low car, you will hit the bottom of the car. You know, if we're going to fix our houses, we want to have a faith that our street will be fixed, because we're going to put a lot of money and we will be working really hard. And we want to have a confidence that it's not for nothing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Emma Harris, and this is
Would you
my
pull the microphone just a little bit down? Well, for you. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm Emma Harris, and this is
And
my,
I'm Chris.
Yeah. I've bought my house 7 years ago, and I've lived there, and I think since I've bought my house, there's been water that pools in front of our driveway, and my husband's only lived there for the last 4 years, but
And it's been there definitely since I've moved in.
our house sank 8 to 12 inches as well, and not to beat a dead horse, but it's a problem. We want to fix our house. We want to continue to live there, and in order to do so, we want, in good faith, we can't invest $50,000+ in a home if it's going to happen again, if this problem has contributed to what's happened now. And I mean, we're blessed to be yellow tagged, but to be able to live in our home. But for the people that can't, I mean, it's devastating. And our cul-de-sac, we just want a good due diligence from the municipality to fix what's not our responsibility. And we're one of the homes that has a light pole in front of our house that leans so much that it's almost...
No, it's almost a liability.
Yeah.
That it would fall on, car or something or anything that's out there.
Right. And I think we've been told that it's on private property, so they won't fix it. We just want it straight. We don't want it to lean or fall or be a liability or like a hazard to a child or a car or anything that's in its way. So, I mean, that's what we have to say. We don't want to beat a dead horse. You guys have heard everybody else's stories, and you'll hear more. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. And we got a 2-for-1 there, so we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Representative Kemplin. See who we have here, Mr. Mayor?
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome. Alan Kemplin, and I'm here tonight as president of the Fairview Community Council. And I'm going to mix things up a little bit. It's not earthquake related. So it is about neighborhoods, though. It's about neighborhood revitalization. And it's about, the work that's underway by businesses and property owners and residents in the Fairview, part of town to make our part of town, a place that we're all proud to live in, and that the residents in the Anchorage community would be proud to have as a neighborhood. So what we're asking for is your support. We've been working for a number of years to improve the image of Fairview, because we do, unfortunately, we have a legacy of a bad image in our part of town. And so we have to work harder to overcome that situation. And we've come up with an approach that's really kind of doesn't cost a lot of money, but it can have a big, big impact. So we've been working to increase the awareness that Fairview is historical. It's one of the 4 historical original neighborhoods in the Anchorage community. And so we're developing this signage that's historical, signage, and it recognizes the uniqueness of the 4 parts of Fairview: South Fairview, West Fairview, East Fairview, and North Fairview. And so we've got a project. We've been working with the municipality. The problem is that when we got our bids in, the bids were higher than what we had money for. And so we're coming here to ask you for the $40,000 to be put into the road bond The signature signage is going to be in municipal streets. It's going to be in the municipal right-of-way. It is an investment in the quality of municipal streets. And also, it's an investment in the fabric, of our citizenry and the fabric of our community. Because one of the things that we're doing as part of this project is we have these metal plaques that recognize the participation and the contributions of citizens to a better neighborhood.
Are you representing the community council?
Yes.
Or are you the community council president?
Yes, a president of the Fairview Community Council.
Yeah, okay. Well, then you'll get an additional 2 minutes then, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll give you just enough time to show the boards to you.
All right, good.
So this is so West Fairview and East Fairview each has their icon marking them out as a distinct place. And we have another historical sign for North Fairview and another one for South Fairview. And then what we've been doing is we've been hearing, one of the things that we've heard over the years is that we need to honor and respect those members of our community who make a contribution to the quality of life. And people have come and says, well, we need to name this park for this person, or we need to name the rec center for that person. And what we did was, well, let's take a little bit different approach. And so we've come up with this solution. Those are going to go on our signature fencing that's in the streets. They're powder coated, and there's going to have a name, on it, and it's going to recognize those individuals who've made a difference in building, a better Fairview. Recognizing that we're strengthening the sense of civic responsibility and strengthening the sense of, that people do care about our neighborhood. So that's the pitch.
Thank you, Mr. Kemplin. You've now used up the additional 2 minutes, but I have questions for you, so don't go away. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. So what we have here, I believe you're speaking to Constant Amendment number 1 for an additional $40,000.
I am indeed.
So this $40,000, we have this picture of this archway. I guess, how much money do you have? And what is
well, I'll tell you, that archway was what we had originally hoped to do with the project, but and we had spent some of our money for that artistic proposal, and we worked hard with the DOT to get a permit to install it, but they eventually said no. And so that was that was our original vision, and this is our fallback.
So it costs more than $40,000 for all the signs, or what's the total budget?
The total budget is $94,000.
And you got $55,000 then from the state. You need another $40,000.
We got $100,000, from the state, but we spent about $36,000 for the effort on the artist effort, and working through that process, and then we're at the 95% now on this proposal here. So we're all set to go, except that our bids came in too high.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee.
Good to see you again, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
A long time since we worked together at the university.
I know. It was fun.
I was going through some paperwork recently, and I saw your name on there. I haven't seen Alan in a long time. Good to see you again.
It's good to see you,
I appreciate
too.
you bringing this project forward to us. Hope to vote to get you the money you need.
I hope so,
Being
too.
Here, Alan.
Are you two done? Mr. Sporosky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I lived in Fairview for a portion of my life, and I would have to agree with you that it's a wonderful neighborhood, but whenever you say, oh, I live in Fairview, people kind of give you that face like, oh, it's Fairview. So I think this is a great idea to bring more livelihood to Fairview and just enhance the neighborhood and bring that special something. So I think this is a pretty decent idea because art in neighborhoods often brings the community together more, and it's a great project in general. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sporosky. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have to be careful not to testify and instead ask questions, but that means you have to answer succinctly. So here's the challenge. Mr. Weddleton brought up the image of the sculpture. Where is that supposed to be?
It was originally going to be at 13th and Gamble.
13th and Gamble. So now you know there are several projects moving forward right now that are addressing the major metropolitan movement of traffic.
Indeed.
Can you briefly tell the folks what's going on?
Well, we have been successful working with AMATS to get funding in the Transportation Improvement Program for $5 million to do what's called a planning and environmental linkage study to look at advancing the interstate development between the New Seward and the Glen Highway.
So when the highway is finally built, what happens to the traffic that's flowing on Gamble Street right now?
All of that will be below grade.
It'll be channelized. And then what happens at the corner of 13th and Gamble?
Well, 13th and Gamble, you won't have all that traffic going by it. It will be a neighborhood's corner.
And then we can build that sculpture once DOT gives us the clearance and doesn't have their strangle on that street, correct?
That's correct.
So this is all part of a very long-term plan of neighborhood improvement. Thank you, Alan.
Those were all questions. They were all leading questions, but they were all questions. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Nice to see you again, Representative Kinlan. Sir,
Good evening.
please state your name for the
Good evening. My name is Louis Stevens, Stephegens, and I live in Tisher Circle. My house was yellow tagged, so I'm no longer able to live there, and it's due to drainage issues. I've been living in Tisher Circle for 31 years now, and I've seen what has happened, the pooling of the water. I also understand that there was a question asked about the soil compact. Would that contribute to it? Well, one thing is nothing's for certain, nothing's certain. But there is one thing that has been constant, and that has been the drainage, the water sitting in our circle. And it's causing driveways to drop, or if you come to our road leading into both Tisha and Ashley Circle, the road is tore up because it's bumpy, hilly, and because of the water cannot drain. There's nowhere for the water to drain, and I know you heard it over and over and over, but I'm beating a dead horse. But it is due to, after we had our engineers come in and check on it and see exactly what caused, and they were all bringing it back to the drainage issue. And all we want is our houses to be back. I'm not living in my house, so I'm paying for somewhere else to stay at until I can get it fixed. It's that, I don't want to pay for two places. I'm still paying my mortgage, and it's hard. Everybody in Tisha Circle wants to live there. They want to work, but we also want, and we hope and pray that that we get this approved so we'll have a drainage issue. We don't want the drainage issue. It is a problem, and that's all really we can say. And we need your help, and we need your prayers that we can get this done. And that's why we're here, standing here, testifying. Also, I have some pictures that I'd like to enter as evidence, if it's possible, of the water standing.
We'll see anything you want. I think the easiest way would be to email to all of us or email the clerk, and she'll send to all of us those pictures. But you can do whatever you like, Mr.
Yes,
Stevens.
because I would like for you guys to see how the water just sits there. Like I said, I've been there over 31 years, raised my family. Now my grandson comes to play, and he plays with the neighbors, and they stand out there in the summertime and run through the water like it's a swimming pool. They're having fun playing the ball, And, but all in all, we know that it's a drainage problem. I've seen the cul-de-sac when it was at its best, and now with the water just sits there. Most everybody has a lot of sunk pumps, and the water is sent back into the street where it's supposed to go, but there's no drainage. So guess where it goes? Back into the ground. And then it comes back up as liquefaction. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I don't see any questions. Appreciate your testimony. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Mandy Robeson, and I wanted to see if my husband can testify. He's on the phone. He's deployed right now. Is that okay?
Yeah, has he called?
Yeah, he's on my phone. I can put it on speaker.
If he's on yours, then yeah, hold it up right up to the microphone as close as you can.
Well, he was on the phone. And I did want to address your question, Mr. Dunbar, about the circle. So I've lived here all my life, and I grew up on the east side, Chugach Foothills, and our cul-de-sac had a sewer at the head of the circle and then a storm drain at the base, and ours doesn't have that at Tisha. Matt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're on speaker.
Mac Robeson?
Yes, Matthew Robeson, Robison. Go ahead, Matt.
Good evening, Assembly leaders. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. Thank you for speaking up.
Yes, sir. Okay. So in order to keep our homes dry and our basements, the recommended is a roof gutter runoff at least 20 feet away from the edge of the roof. Our lot sizes are 4,000 square feet. They're too small to have an effective leach field when the water table is at 5.5 feet. Most houses have less than 400 feet from the edge of the property to the base of the house. This leads to the inability to dispose of water on the property. The only choice we have is to rely on the city's infrastructure to remove the watershed from rain and melting snow. Although we may direct the water away from our properties, it's pointless if the current infrastructure does not direct the water away to the storm drains. The ground at the base of the road is oversaturated. This is seen by removing water from the affected area, and within 2 hours, water reappears in the same spot. This is caused by ground weeping and excess moisture in it. I brought my concerns to Eric Croft back in April of 2017 on this issue. In an effort to remove the water from the property, I bought a 3rd horsepower, 2,400 gallon per hour pump, and I would let it sit in the puddle in front of our house for at least 3 hours at a time. It's estimated that I could pull 3,600 to 7,200 gallons of water during that period. I would do this at least once a week during the thaw and after heavy rains in an effort to combat the lack of storm drain effectiveness. My house sits roughly at the same height as the road and has always had moisture in the soil of the foundation. My home has a sump pump that's 4 feet below the foundation, and I also have a gutter system installed on my roof in an effort to remove the water away from the foundation. By what I can see, these efforts are futile. Coincidentally, water likes to pool in the road in front of my house. Being told that the water table is at 5.5 feet, my crawl space is roughly 4 feet, the fill soil goes down 7 feet. I can't help but think that the standing water is being transmitted directly into my crawl space. My home sank a total of 15 to 18 inches on one side, while the rest of the house sank 4 inches. Due to the poor construction practices and the lack of proper oversight by the municipality of Anchorage back in the 1980s, our homes are more vulnerable to liquefaction. The combination with the lack of proper fill under the foundations, reusing soils from other lots, and poor compaction methods all contributed to this. Knowing the vulnerability, it's crucial to keep excess watershed away from the foundations of these homes. It would be cost prohibitive to change the soil compaction and composition under these homes. It can easily exceed the value of our homes. When we bought into these houses, we had no way to tell how poorly they were thrown up. Testimony from a first-generation homeowner states that as these houses were being built, they were already starting to sink. This is seen on several units by the few sections of the homes starting to pull apart. Lee Baker's solution was to oversaturate the soil in these high spots and let the whole house sink. The homeowner, horrified, contacted the municipality. The municipality stopped the practice, but allowed Lee Baker to continue his building construction on the compromised ground by allowing him to grout between the block foundation and the sill plate. These houses had their fate sealed even before they were completed. Generations of homeowners later, we were not alerted to Lee Baker's shady construction practices.
Stop.
Sorry, sir, we appreciate your service. Can you just wrap up for us?
Can you summarize, honey?
Yes, sir. My summarization would be as such. We plan on rebuilding our houses and making the foundation stronger, but we need the community to reach out the olive branch and get the water away from our houses so that we're not in that vulnerable position again.
Thank you, sir. And as I said, thank you for your service and testifying here. Well, thank you both. And I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Chris Crawford. This is my wife, Maria Crawford, and we're here from Fairview to reinforce the importance of the project that was presented by Alan Kemplin for the signage in Fairview. We've been there for about 2 years now, and what we found living in Fairview is that it's an amazing neighborhood with great people. And we saw this project because we go to my wife is part of the community council, and we saw the presentation for this and realized that it is important. It's one step of many to come to help improve the look of Fairview and really emphasize that it is a great community. One of the things that I love from living there is just the fact that it is a neighborhood in Anchorage that feels like a neighborhood. That sounds silly, but it's when we work out in the yard, cleaning up leaves, for instance, and you stop and you talk to your neighbor, and everyone is extremely social. There is this aspect that Fairview can be scary. It's not. It's not. It's a great place to live, and I think this is one small thing that makes it seem friendlier and shows its historic value to Anchorage, because that value should be emphasized. I want to make sure that my wife gets a chance to speak as well.
Good idea.
And definitely that it adds to that sense of community, that sense of place, and increasing pride for all of our residents, and hopefully encourage more residents to stick around. We'd have a high transient population, but if it can seem as welcoming as it is, and it has that the artistic attributes of the signage, I think it would really help the neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Marie. There. Hi, sir.
Weddleton was in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is a question. Mr. Weddleton. So 1 second, I missed you. Mr. Weddleton.
Are you involved with the community council?
I'm an active member for going to the community council. My wife is actually part of the board.
Okay, good. So I want to check, because for, capital projects throughout the city, community councils in May or June get a list of what's on it, and then they vote, add stuff and delete stuff, and then it goes back to the city, and they vet these things, and it goes through a process, then it gets put on these bonds, and that's what we see. Mm-hmm. So I know it's pretty typical. Most places, most of what's on those lists doesn't quite make the cut. So was this on your original list and didn't make the cut, and now you're coming back?
I think we need Alan to come answer that question.
If that's okay with the chair, it's fine with me.
Danger.
Distinctly, Mr. Kemplin.
I don't know what happened last year, but we submitted our capital, request, but I don't know if they were implementing a new system, but none of our requests made it in the system. And so it was very frustrating for us as a community council. But this has been one of our priorities, for the past couple of years, so as long as we've had the money, working on the grant.
Okay, thank you.
Look what you've done, Mr. Weddleton. I have Mr. Constant.
I guess it's probably better for a debate, but not one single one of my council's CIP lists existed, even though they all put them in. They just evaporated out of the CIP system.
Okay.
That's actually what happened.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee. Mr. Trainee doesn't want to say anything.
In deference to my colleague, I won't say anything.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Sir.
Hello, James Thornton. I'm here to ask for support for the Fairview Civic Heroes signage project. I'm new to Fairview as a resident and business owner, but what I can tell you from my time there so far is that there is more to see than the Black Angus Inn, and many great people who take pride in their community despite seemingly insurmountable odds and challenges. As many of you may know, Fairview has quite a diverse and culturally rich history. Neighboring Mountain View, a community named by CNN as one of the most diverse places in America in 2016. Our community may be lacking in representation, funding, and general civic engagement, but in my opinion, makes up for it by the residents and business owners who contribute to fight for equality and a better place to live. As Alan said, we are proposing a planned signage effort to honor some of these significant contributors and heroes who have shaped the better part of Fairview over the decades, but we need your help. My family and I are choosing to make an investment in Fairview, and I would strongly appreciate your support for this bond to help the community make this project a reality, raise civic engagement, awareness of Anchorage's beautiful history, and, of course, a reality, make it a reality. I'm very optimistic and excited about the revitalization of Fairview and appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I don't see any questions.
Thanks.
Any other public testimony on any aspect of the ARDSA bond or proposed amendments to it? Mr. Haberman.
3 minutes.
Yes, 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Mountain Cinder Valley. I follow a public process. The public process is done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like in the public interest. In my opening remarks on this issue, I'll say this, which I don't normally do. If I had to assume, and it's very bad to assume, I expect that after public hearing, you're going to do the following. You're going to approve this bond issue, go to the voters. There might be some amendments, but you're just going to do business as usual, and you can conduct a policy of indifference. With all due respect, this is not the way to go. It's not a good business plan. You don't have all the facts of what's before you on this bond issue, and you need to hold off. Now, I understand the urgency and the needs of the community, and I recognize the hardships of many people in this community that had got red tagged. But there's also a bigger issue out there. Are we repeating more of the same? Are we going to have another earthquake? It's not if, it's going to be when. I was at the Geotechnical Commission recently, and the remarks there noted that the situation of the earthquake was basically not like the 64. And the remarks by the administration after the earthquake is, we did pretty good, no one got hurt. But then we started receiving reports, more and more damage, and more claims are coming in every day, large numbers. We do not know the extent, and I know you can't just sit there and do nothing, with all due respect. But you need to address a plan that works, not a plan that may works. And what we have is not all the I's are dotted and the T's crossed. And it's disrespectful for those who have already experienced deep hardship. They lost everything. Is this right to them? They're looking for help. But I'm not questioning the need to help. But we need to help the people that have gone through hardship. But do it right so we're not throwing more money over bad. And the most obvious things you need to do is understand where the situation of the earthquake and the high-risk areas are. And you refuse to address that. You refuse to address the liability issues. And the end result is what you have caused here in this situation, in this community. And when I say you, we all did. There's an unknown factor in the marketplace. Who's going to buy and sell? When we do not have that open transparency, we have shut down the buying and selling of property. And that's all I have to say, and I hope you have more questions than the last time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman.
With 14 seconds to spare.
It looks like they have the same amount of questions as the last time. Any other public testimony on the ARDSA bond AO 2019-5? Any at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body? We have 3 amendments in your packet.
We need to get a motion to move to approve, Mr. Chairman, so we can start discussion.
It's been moved and seconded. Yeah, but I thought it was to other.
Yeah, so he actually has amended ones of these.
So we have the three amendments in the packet, and then Mr. Gates informs me that whichever ones of these we pass, if we pass any, there'll be an amendment number 4 that says there'll be a conforming amendment to the capital plan, to the CIP. So if we add to the bond, then there is a requirement that our capital planning fit with what we're putting forward on bonding. So whatever we do on these, there'll be an amendment to then reflect that in the capital improvement plan. So we have the amendments before us. If anybody would like to offer them. Going out of order because I know Ms. Quinn Davidson is on. Well, would you like to go in order? What's the will of the body?
How about Constant Amendment number 1?
We can do either one first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we should tackle the big one first and come back to mine, but I don't mind either way. I'm happy to move constant.
Go ahead. It's just simpler. Let's go in order. Yeah.
Okay, so I move Constant Amendment 1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I think that Mr. Kemplin eloquently put forward that this is a project that's more than 2/3, even further, probably along the way done, that the state's made some investment. The neighborhood has been on this project for some 6 years. I've had a number of conversations with Mr. Wilbur about the challenges of the CIP system, and that all my district last year said they submitted through the system, but none of the reports made it. And not only did they not get into the budget, they disappeared off the website. And so there was no way for them to get in the process. And in fact, this year, I'm asking my constituencies to send me PDFs of what they submit so that I can go back and say, where did it go? Because I'm anticipating the same problem. But the idea of rebranding that neighborhood has long stood as one of the overarching efforts of the community. And setting up some positive imagery does a lot to go toward helping people understand a sense of place. And for that reason, I have moved this amendment to help move that project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainey.
I'll be supporting my colleague on this. Fairview has been trying to rebuild themselves for years to improve their image. And they're a good neighborhood to live in. So I'm going to support this. I appreciate Mr. Kemplin bringing it forward to us. Relative to community councils, for the last 20-some-odd years I've been involved in this. Community councils always have projects that go to the administration. I don't care who the mayor is, who the administration is. They never come out the same way they go in. And that's the reason I've asked community council presidents over the years, send the assembly a copy of what you send the administration so we can check it. But this gives us a chance, if it didn't get through the system, for us to correct it here. So I intend to vote money to do exactly that. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Further discussion on amendment number 1, Constant Amendment number 1. Mr. Falsey, did you want in the queue? I just saw that before.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was a new amendment to the administration, so I asked our traffic engineer, Stephanie Moore-Millo, and our director of our project management and engineering group, Jerry Hansen, to provide me some background. I do want to surface for the Assembly's consideration that my understanding of the present state of play is this was a state grant to provide the signage, that we had concerns that we don't have the funds to replace the signs if and when they are destroyed or stolen or removed, that we negotiated several agreements with MLP to hang them on MLP signs, and that we are a little short on installation costs. We are planning to do some installation whatever happens with the bond, but there is at least a concern that we have not had time to run to ground, having not seen this before today, about whether using ARDSA bond money to complete the installation will require us to change the original deal and then to guarantee that we will replace these for the life of the bond. So the current state of play is we'll put them up. You found state money. We're happy to spend that state money. But if they're destroyed, we don't have the funds to replace them. There is a concern that if we use bond funding, we'll have to covenant that these capital improvements will continue to exist for the next 20 years, and I don't know what that cost is.
Mr. Falsey and the mayor are a little short. Is there any other discussion on?
Mr. Chair.
Did that bring up, then Madam Clerk, if you'd void the roll and we can have further, I know, we're trying to get back before us. So I thought Mr. Falsey's comments might raise some more. Mr. Constant.
I would just offer that the scope of 20 years for signage isn't the worst thing I've ever heard of, that's actually pretty reasonable in my opinion. Thank you.
And then I thought I saw you, Mr. Dunbar. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. You mentioned MLMP. That kind of got my antenna up. You said that we were working with MLMP to put it on some of their facilities. Is that still the plan? And if so, I mean, I know we got really into the weeds when we started working with Chugach. Would it travel to Chugach?
Through the chair, I might now have to use my phone a friend and call either Jerry or Stephanie to come assist me, but I believe that we are working through it with MLMP, that Chugach would take those agreements in the sale, but I don't know how it relates to undergrounding plans or anything else, so I'll have to defer to the real experts if we want to get into those questions.
Come on up, Mr. Who did you want, Mr. Hanson?
I'll let them rock, paper, scissors for it.
Okay. Welcome again, Mr. Hanson.
Sir? These signs, the plan is to put them on, at least some of them for the locations, to put them on, attach them to MLMP poles around throughout the area. To do that, we've had to, we're in the process of getting an agreement with MLMP so that we can place these signs on their poles at various locations. It's been going back and forth several times, and we think that as far as PM&E and traffic, we've got an agreement that we can live with for what it says, and it's being presented to MLMP.
Thank you. Hold on a second. Mr. Constant.
Just want to say thank you, and I'm glad it was you that came down and not your peer, because I'm afraid of her answers. Thank you.
You got the answer you wanted. Don't hint it's the answer
I'm
you
saying,
don't.
thank you. I'm glad it was you.
Are you afraid of her? Okay.
So, but Mr. Croft, can I ask a quick follow-up then?
Yeah, Mr. Dunbar.
So, Jerry, you said that you're working with MLMP, but MLMP is going to be Chugach, God willing, in about a year. So, generally they're taking it as is. They're taking all of the agreements. But I think we've done a pretty good job of letting them know what the agreements are. Does Chugach aware that we're about to send them some decorative signs?
I have no idea what's going to happen on that.
Through the chair, to my knowledge, they're not specifically aware of this issue. There are, again, as we've discussed previously, there are provisions of the agreement that we entered into with Chugach that govern which types of agreements have to be entered into with the consent of Chugach. Generally, extremely high dollar agreements fall in that category. Everything else essentially falls into the category of things that we'll do in the ordinary course of business, which they will inherit as a part of the sale. And my understanding is that this would fall in that category, and that would be something that they assume, again, as a matter of course in the sale, because it doesn't trip any of the thresholds where we're required to involve them in the decision-making process at this point.
Thank you. And for the record, Mr. Constant, I vote for her as the smartest person in the room.
Yeah, second. Mr. Constant, did you have any questions for Ms. Mormillo?
I just want to say thank you in advance, and yeah.
I'm Stephanie Mormillo,
Yeah,
Municipal Traffic
yes, you
Engineer.
are.
I just want to state for the record, the agreement with MLMP just very clearly states that they're not responsible for any of the maintenance, that they're allowing us to actually put it on their facilities. So when those facilities transfer to CEA, it does not actually obligate them for any responsibility associated with said signage, so they should not have an objection with it.
And could you imagine a world in which then after the transaction, the neighborhood appeals to them and says, hey, can you guys help us take care of these? And they would. Not that you're speaking for them, but can you imagine that happening?
Actually, those obligations fall to my department because of union issues. So no, they will not, and the agreement very clearly states that they have no maintenance obligations associated with them, and it's more clearing them of if there's any issues, if there's any damage to the sign, if there's anything that makes it so that they can't use their facility adequately, that the signs have to be removed. So that's kind of what the agreement states.
Thank you, Mr. Mormillo.
Last question. No, last
You
question.
shouldn't have asked that last question.
I know, but here's a question I have for the administration. The thing that we talk about recently in bonds is that there's an M&O allowance. And so is a portion of this targeted to that, or should we consider that?
So I will say that I have objected to these signs from the very beginning because they are an obligation to my department that is a want and not a need. And we have a hard time maintaining the needs that we have, that there are federal requirements for signs. We have required, we have recommended, we have optional, and these are optional signs. And I have a hard time obligating maintenance dollars to signs that are optional. And I understand the benefit of it. That's why I worked with the community to try to identify locations and figure out how we could do this. But when push comes to shove, if I'm having to replace a street name sign that is going to be used by emergency services to be able to locate people for those reasons, or stop signs or any of my other regulatory speed limit signs, these are going to fall to the lowest of the low and likely will not be replaced, and only be replaced if we have the materials available to us.
Any further questions for Ms. Mormillo? Mr.
Just
Constable?
for the record, that wasn't a no.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I'm clear on the agreement with MLNP, that's to place the signs on the poles, and there still would be then a need for budget for installation? Or would that, be done in-house? Is this $40,000 amendment still needed? For which, okay, maybe my question is to Mr. Constant. I'm not sure who my question's for, but I'm not clear what this would be used for, because in here it says for, to complete the project for installing the signage.
Why don't you put that question out there and we'll see if
Okay.
anyone answers it for you, Mr. Constant or somebody else. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, keep in mind that right now they're MLNP, but they're going to be Chugach Electric members. She'll have, 40,000 people in Fairview? I'm sure if they get hold of Chugach Electric after they become members, they'll get a different reception of Chugach Electric. They'll be more than happy to maintain these. I would at least try that routine. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. I do not see anyone else in the queue. Mr. Constant, do you want to try and
Yeah, just
answer Ms.
finish it.
LaFrance's
I would just urge your support, please. Fairview can use a little bit of love. If you look around, there's all kinds of trouble, but not a lot of love, and you can apply a little bit of that here.
Did you want to comment, Ms. Morrell?
I just didn't know if your question had been answered. To my knowledge, yes, the $40,000 you're asking for is to complete the installation costs of both the decorative signs and then some of the placards that they proposed that would go on some of the fencing within the neighborhood, that the total construction cost exceeded the amount that was available left in the grant.
Okay, thank
Ms. Wimhoff.
I'm going to withdraw I was going to follow up with that question as well.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members ready to vote on constant amendment number 1? Members may proceed to vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Quinn Davidson on constant amendment number 1.
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson or Mr. Dunbar?
I move Dunbar-Peterson Amendment number 2.
Second. Moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar?
So this is a $60,000 addition for lighting on East Fifth Avenue and North Valley Road near Standish Park. I would guess that most people here don't even know the Standish Park exists. It's a very small pocket neighborhood park in East Anchorage. And to be honest, I didn't know it existed until relatively recently. But unfortunately, it's become a hotbed for drug activity. And we had a woman who I don't think Lisa is here, but there was a gunfight in the park, and a bullet went through her wall and hit her in the leg. And so she was aggravated by this bullet wound and called Mr. Peterson and I and pointed out, which a number of people in the neighborhood had been pointing out, that this park is unlit, essentially, just where we've put the lighting. So there actually was a video of the incident, my understanding is, but it was so dark that they couldn't see the license plates, and so it was useless. So this is a 60,000, I think, is a pretty robust amount to accomplish this, but this is the amount we're putting forward. Now, I will say that we've had some preliminary discussions with the administration, and they have indicated they might be able to do this without the amendment. So I would like to hear, if possible, from someone from the administration, if they could speak to this.
Hold on, Mr. Constant. Was anyone from the administration that would like to respond to Mr.
Yeah,
Dunbar?
through the chair, I believe Chris Schutte, the director of our Office of Economic and Community Affairs, has been wonderfully quarterbacking this issue with the capable assistance of John Rada from the Parks Department and
Mr.
Jerry Hansen
Schutte.
from PM&E.
The introduction was longer than my answer. Through the chair, that is correct. We have two options available using current dollars, whether it's through project management and engineering or through Parks and Rec. There is Chugach Electric lights in the area, in the adjacent area, that can provide power for the lighting in the park. And Parks and Rec and PM&E have both been out to the site and looked at the surrounding area, and it's something that they both have committed to doing this summer and believe that there's no need for the addition to the bond.
Okay, could I ask some follow-up
Of course,
questions,
yes.
Mr. Croft? So I think you've answered all my questions. You say that it could be built this summer. What are the percentage chance it will be built this summer, and who exactly would be building it and committing to building it?
Through the chair, I won't commit Parks and Rec or PM&E at this point until either one of them raises their hand first. But both have.
John Rada is raising his hand in the back.
Well, then John Rada is going to commit 100% that he will build a light in that park. Yeah. At the end of the day, it will fall to one of those two, and we don't want to commit Parks and then get into it and realize that we actually need to do some work in the right of way and get PM&E involved, et cetera. But both PM&E and Parks have looked at it. Both are convinced that with 100% certainty they will do it this summer. It just depends on which one does it.
Thank you. I know there's some people in the queue, Mr. Chair. I intend to withdraw this amendment with my colleague from East Anchorage's permission and agreement.
Yeah, that's fine.
But, if people still want to ask questions, they can.
I had Mr. Constant, Mr. Weddleton, do you need to address an amendment that's being withdrawn?
Or I was just going to offer some advice. I understand there's a light
I
pole
guess so.
on Tish's Circle you could have.
Noted.
Leaning.
Mr. Constant,
Just a
really?
quick question. Is this the same street we had the folks testifying on last year who were saying it's so dark and dangerous we need to fix this street? No? Okay, thanks.
I don't think so.
So, amendment number 2, Peterson Dunbar, has been withdrawn. Here. Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Croft.
Thank you. I'd move Croft and Quinn Davidson amendment number 3.
Second.
Am I still recognized?
Yes,
Hard to
Mr.
tell.
Croft.
You've heard the testimony, and I moved it because Ms. Quinn Davidson's remote, but she'll speak on it in a second. It's just more difficult to do telephonically. She's done a great job communicating with and bringing the community together. As you've heard, this has been a drainage problem for a long, long time. There isn't any significant question about that. And the soils, both below the street, the circle, and the houses, are of an inferior quality, and probably both have not been compacted as they should have been. There is a continuing discussion about how much that lack of drainage, admitted, real, documented, in the circle, contributed to the lack of drainage and the water and the other soil issues. It didn't contribute to the soil issues, but it contributed to the water that stands below those houses, and that contributed to the earthquake damage. It certainly didn't help. It certainly made it more difficult. Some of their engineers think it had a significant effect. That is, it was much worse in the earthquake because of that than it would have been. Some of the municipal engineers think it's primarily the soil and other issues that are on the land itself. But to me, the overriding issue, and the reason I was willing to bring this forward, is they are committed to that neighborhood generally. They like that neighborhood. They want to rebuild, and they're going to have a significant amount of expense that is theirs to do it. As part of that, we can help by providing the proper drainage that has been needed there for some time. I think it is likely the lack of drainage on the circle contributed. I know enough of the engineering aspects to know exactly how much, but it contributed to it. And this is a step towards them rebuilding. So I'd urge your support for that reason.
Thank you, Mr. Croft.
I had Mr. Trainee and then Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you want to be put in the queue after that?
Sure, that sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll do it in that order. Mr. Trainee.
I'll be supporting this, Mr. Chairman, because this is a problem all over Anchorage. It's identified, here's a problem, but I can take you into my district. You can go into parts of East Anchorage. We have a lot, because in the 80s, all we cared about was putting asphalt down in homes, not worrying about the drainage. And I get multiple complaints on drainage problems in my assembly district. But this is immediate because the homes were built on, for what I'm told, sand, which liquefied with the earthquake. And I feel sorry for these people that are paying mortgages, because I guarantee you every month they have to pay a mortgage on that house, because the company's not going to say, oh, we're going to forgive your mortgage because you have a problem. So we need to do what we can. I remember when we dealt with Westchester Lagoon, remember trying to figure out the size of the drain we needed to go in there. We put money aside. Huh?
Never mind, go ahead.
But we put money aside because they weren't quite sure how to deal with that issue. They still may not know how to deal with it. But we do need to put money aside for this to help these people. They're willing to fix their homes so they can live in them, but we've got to get the money get the water out of the way. So I'll be supporting this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I remember last year when we had this vote, there was a project in the Sand Lake area that was related to a new subdivision that went in, and there were roughly 40 or 30 people who said they might be affected, but really it was about 10 people. And this body approved $2.5 million to ensure that their neighborhood didn't flood or break down in the future. And now here we have a neighborhood that did suffer the fate that we suspected might have happened in another area because of infrastructure. And that leads me to believe that we should support this, that as long as the project is focused on the public side of the infrastructure, that we can take this on and do some good with this. But that there's precedent just with this group of members, save one, to say, or to Ms. Quinn Davidson, that we can help. And I think that this is a very real case. It's not a potential case sometime in the future. And for that reason, I would say let's help these people do some good today.
Thank you, Mr.
Deacon
Constant.
alum.
So Ms. Quinn Davidson and then Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Trainee and Mr. Constant, for your comments and your support. I obviously also urge a yes vote on this amendment. We have some pretty resilient neighbors, some of whom you guys have seen tonight, and many of which are not even living in their homes right now and are in 50 to 100,000 worth of damage. And they want to build their lives back up and get back in their homes, and I think we should all help them do that. These drainage issues have been documented for years, well before my time, and many of the neighbors came to us immediately after the earthquake and said, we know there's something here, and we've been working with them since. As Mr. Croft said, that we're not entirely sure the extent to which the drainage played a role, but we all think it played a role, including engineers both from the city and that the neighbors themselves hired. And I think just as importantly, this area, we've spoken with Mr. Hansen. He says this area would be eligible and be totally appropriate to repair irrespective of the earthquake damage. And I think really most importantly that doing this for our neighbors means that they have the confidence to move forward, to repair their homes, and to build that neighborhood back up. And that's good for the city. So I urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So because you brought it up, Mr. Constant, that amendment, the $2.5 million amendment, I believe I spoke against it pretty strongly last time we came up, and I can't remember how the vote turned out eventually, but we passed that with some significant heartburn on my part because it was added on to a whole slew of projects. It was $2.5 million for a relatively small number of homes. $2.5 million in East Anchorage could service, I don't know, 4 or 5 times as many people typically because of how dense my district is. And it fed into kind of, in 3 years, the amendment Mr. Peterson and I proposed and then withdrew. That's the first time we've tried to add any money to the bond. My first year, we shifted money within East Anchorage from one project to another, $500,000. And so I think sometimes I come across as a little frustrated in these debates because I see my part of town, I feel like sort of soldiering on, and maybe it's my fault. Maybe me and Mr. Peterson should be asking for more of these specific projects for ourselves. But that all being said, in this case, I am going to support this, and the reason is because this was a very special case. This was an earthquake that did something very bad. There's also a man named Lee Baker, I believe, that maybe we could find him and put him back in prison. Or we could pursue some kind of civil action and get more money out of him. But I do think this case is sort of illustrative, right? And I said this when we had our first meeting about the earthquake, this first special meeting is, you don't know before the earthquake strikes, you don't know if you're going to turn out to be on Ashley Circle or Tishla Circle, You don't know. You're behind that veil of ignorance. You don't know if you're going to be the one who's going to need to reach out and ask for help, or if you're the one who got lucky enough that your home was undamaged. And so I know I asked some pointed questions today, and it's because I want to make sure if we do this, it's actually fixing the problem, right? Mr. Weddleton pointed out to me that this is planning and design money. It's not actually putting shovels in the ground. And so, we might learn a lot from that process. And I'm also persuaded by the fact that this was probably a worthy project, even irrespective of the earthquake. So I will be supporting this. I guess I kind of want to give a shout out to the next time disaster strikes East Anchorage, I hope folks are appreciative of this and come to the aid of my people as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the Assembly votes, I did want to provide an administration perspective, which has a little bit of new information. Generally, I think we are very much also impressed with the good people of Tisha Circle who are finding themselves in a terrible situation and have reacted to that in a pretty impressive and resilient way. For the body's general knowledge, once all of their homes incurred similar kinds of damage, they hired a geotechnical engineer, and there was some suggestion that maybe something about the drainage in the road also contributed to their problems. We were obviously interested in that question as well, so we also hired a geotechnical engineer. And I have to tell you that we received a draft of the report from our geotechnical engineer, whose primary conclusion was as follows. We believe the primary cause of seismically induced settlement in the area is likely the presence of poor quality and low density fill materials under the building foundation. That seems to be, I think, universally agreed upon. Our suspicion is that Lee Baker, the jailed, maybe currently jailed, maybe formerly jailed developer, in 1984 took a bunch of material that was inappropriate out of the roadbed, used it to build a berm to put the houses on, and then inappropriately compacted that. So wrong material, poorly compacted, and that's true of the road he built, Tisha Circle, as well. You heard Nikki Rose, the president of the Sand Lake Community Council, say faithfully that when our geotechnical engineer, a third party that we hired from Shandon and Wilson, went out, they did a soil sample. They have a measure called the blow count. Normally it takes something like 30 hammer pounds to get it all the way down. It took one. It was like cutting through butter or something. So that was the primary conclusion of our geotechnical engineer. But I do have to tell you that the secondary consideration was that our folks concluded, the third-party folks that we concluded, that the observed settlement in the residential structure was not magnified or increased by deficiency in surface water and in the drainage as it pertains to Tisha Circle, and that even if the surface water drainage improvements were implemented, they would not likely have an impact on improving the future seismic performance of the area. I suspect that Keith Mobley, the geotechnical engineer that the residents hired, may have a differing opinion. But what I want to say about this as a general matter is, it is true that the surface drainage in Tisha Circle is not working the way it was supposed to. The circle was supposed to drain out to Cranberry Street and then flow down Cranberry into the gutter, into the stormwater system. That has not been working for a long time, and as we did our investigations, even some of our street maintenance folks had said, this road needs some work, this circle needs some work. So that raises the question of why this didn't show up in the ARDSA process anyway. Why wasn't this forwarded through the regular Sand Lake Community Council process? Frankly, I think that's more of a reflection on our community council process and our ARDSA process than maybe necessarily the character of the street itself. Candidly, I just don't think the neighbors knew to participate in that process. And once they did bring it to the Sand Lake Community Council, the Sand Lake Community Council did support them. And all of which is to say, I think there really is a drainage problem. I think there are open questions about whether that contributed to their earthquake situation. But we certainly don't want the street to be abandoned, and the administration is not going to oppose the amendment if it passes the body.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. 2 questions come up from that. And I guess really just one I'll leave because it sounds like we can move on, but raises the question of the stormwater utility. And I had that raised to me, and so I don't know where we are in that process, but maybe a briefing at some time at the utility committee coming up.
We would be happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Further comments, questions? Are you ready for the question? Members may vote on Quinn Davidson Croft Amendment number 3. Ms. Quinn Davidson? Ms. Quinn Davidson, your vote on the amendment?
Yes.
So that amendment passes 11 to...
Mr. Chair, quick question. I understand that the man might be bankrupt, but is pillorying still legally allowed public process?
Put him in the stockade.
Mr. Chairman, keep in mind most of the side condos in Mr. Dunbar's area were built by Lee Baker.
I'll
Good
keep
luck.
that in mind. I will keep nothing else in mind, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Gates, then do you have an amendment number 4, conforming amendment for the capital improvement process that can reflect that we adopted amendments 1 and 3?
Being tested out right now.
Okay, so would members like a short break while we're waiting for
Yes,
that?
please.
Then we'll just come back in 5 minutes. Don't get too far, and we'll pass or look at amendment number 4. 5, 6, 7. Assembly will come back to order. Members are filing in. We have before us a proposed amendment number 4. It's got my name on it, but Mr. Vice Chair.
I move amendment number 4.
Could I? Thank you. Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Trainee. No, I was just talking slowly. I know who you are. So this is the conforming amendment that will have the capital improvement program reflect the changes we've made in the bond proposal. If there's no discussion or questions on this, let's have a vote on amendment number 4.
Do you need a motion and a second?
We got one. I had missed it before, but we got it now. You were gone. Ms. Quinn Davidson? Oh, she has to be excused? I'm sorry, I didn't let you finish your sentence. So Ms. Quinn Davidson is excused for the rest of the meeting. Mr. Weddleton? I thought we were ready for the vote. Would you like to have a discussion on this, Mr. Weddleton?
I imagine this is perfectly right, but so we're amending our capital
Madam Clerk, will you
improvement
cancel the
program.
roll?
I didn't know we had to do that, do we? You know, and I'm just saying, last year I pulled something off the bond, and I don't remember doing this for that. Maybe we did.
I'll let the administration respond, but in discussions with them, with Ms. Browse, others, there's apparently, by ordinance, we say it shall be, our bond proposals shall be in conformity with our CIP plan.
Oh, so stuff could be on there and we don't fund it, we're okay, but if we put it on there, if we put it on the bond.
It's not clear to me what would happen if they were out of sync, but it's probably better practice for them to be. Which part of the administration would like to respond to that? Mr. Wilb?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
I would, if you're going to add things to the to the bonds, it's best practice that we make sure that our bond is consistent with our budget, and that is what this amendment would do.
That's good. So if you take it off, you don't have to worry about it, but you add stuff on. It would make sense.
Probably better to do both, but more critical when you're adding stuff than subtracting them.
Through the chair, I don't recall last year when we took one off, not amending the CIB. If we didn't, I mean, again, best practice should be that if we're going to amend the bonds and it's going to be different than what you approved in the capital improvement budget, then we should make sure that when you approve the bonds for the ballot, they are consistent.
Any further discussion of amendment number 4? Yeah, Mr. Trainee.
I trust Lance Wilbur. I'll take his point of view on this, sir.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, then members may proceed to vote on amendment number 4. And that amendment passes 10-0 with Member Austin Quinn Davison excused because she's out of town. That brings us now to 14B, ordinance number AO 2019-1, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $5,936,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of area-wide public safety and transit improvements and related capital improvements, and the question of increase to the municipal tax cap. I appreciate that, but let me finish. Limitation to pay associated operation and maintenance costs at the election to be held in the municipality of April 2 and associated assembly memorandum. I just don't want any allegation on these bonds that we didn't read it, but I appreciate that, Mr. Constant. Public testimony is now open. No?
You can debate. You've closed public testimony.
No, not on B.
Oh, I'm on F.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what you remind me of.
You're still voting on.
I got ahead of F. So we passed the last amendment number 4. We're back to AO 2019-5, which has been read, but we have not voted on. Any discussion on the underlying ordinance or bond proposal as amended? So I apologize for going on the agenda, but we are now voting on the ARDSA bonds as amended. Members may proceed to vote. Nice job, Pete. That passes 10-0. Now, members, are we to 14B? Believe we are. It was read into the record. You want me to read it again? This is AO number 2019-1, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $5,936,000 general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of area-wide public safety and transit improvements and related to capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs.
Reading.
And associated memorandum. Thank you. Now I think we can, given that it's the second time. Now there is public testimony on the public safety and transit improvement bonds in the amount of just under $6 million. Any member of the public who would like to testify on the public safety and transit bonds? Anyone at all? Mr. Haberman.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Medicine Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I know I won't talk about earthquake too much right now, and I'll deal with this issue just before you even deal with the bonds. These are transit improvements. That's what this is about. And with due respect, there's some information I don't believe you are aware of. Now, we're talking about buses and so forth, facilities and whatever. But let me give you an update of a situation. I do attend the Anchorage Community Development Authority meetings, okay? And as you know, there's a project on its way, the development where the current downtown bus terminal is, okay? Now, at the last meeting, which was the other day, the Development Committee meeting, the idea is, what I was hearing is that the buses, that transit area, the buses are going to be moved somewhere else. And we're talking about a project, and we're talking about the ideas. You're looking into a capital project dealing with buses, but you need to deal with the overall picture of the situation with the packages. And what I'm saying to you is this. There is no plan out there to know where, and it's not been approved by you, to know where those buses are going to be while that building is going to go up. And so I heard words, JCPenney, Nordstrom's. I also saw we're in almost February right now. We have a situation, and I say we, the community, because there are a lot of people, even in the valley, use the transit, okay, to get around, okay? And the situation is that with no plan, the developer's supposed to go and build like around May. I heard a delay to June, but I also heard something that really stood out. And this is where no one's putting the pieces together. I'm not hearing from the administration at the meeting. And the piece is this, is where's the proof of financing? Where's the proof of financing for the project? In the midst of all that, you've got this bond issue that you want to send to the voters. But you've got part of that bond issue, you're dealing with a facility that's in flux. There's no plan out there to have been approved by you for those buses where they're going to be moved. I heard the word JCPenney, Nordstrom, that's not been done. And there's got a project out there yesterday, and it was repeated several times. I did a teleconference with that meeting, a concern by board members at the Development Committee of the Anchorage Community Development Authority, which is involved with that project, but also needs your approval as assembly. Where's the financing? We don't show any financing by the developer. So we've got a situation as you're going ahead and asking the voters, if you proceed right now, and I'm not questioning the need for it, but you don't have all the pieces of all this thing that's involved with transit. And the critical element of transit is these facilities and what's going to happen to those ridership and so forth. And you need to address those answers fast because the time frame is bad. And I guess time is up, and I hope you have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Stick around. There are no questions. Any other public testimony on the public safety and transit bonds? Any at all? We'll close the public testimony. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any at all? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That matter passes, that bond passes 10-0. Will be put on the ballot. 14C, ordinance number AO 2019-2, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $3,950,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and recreational facility capital improvements and related capital improvements in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service Area, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service Area and attached without cost, to Chugach, Eagle River, Girdwood, and other taxpayers outside the service area at the election to be held in the municipality of Anchorage, April 2nd. Associated Assembly Memorandum. Public testimony is now open on this issue, the bonds, Parks bonds. Any member of the public wish to testify? Any member of the Assembly wish to testify? Seeing no public testimony on the Parks bonds, I'll close public testimony. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion on the, there it is, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I previously spoken with this body about my role in the Anchorage Parks Foundation, and I went to the ethics board and asked them if I had a conflict, if they could advise me, and they said that on the operating budget, they felt I could just disclose, and then when it came to specific items that were sort of appropriations to projects that the Parks Foundation was working on, or to the Parks Foundation itself, that I should disclose and perhaps declare a conflict. They did not talk about bonds. The ethics, it's not something the ethics board has considered. I don't know off the top of my head if any of these projects will send money through the Parks Foundation. I would assume that probably some of them will work side by side with the Parks Foundation because that's how a lot of these upgrades work. That being said, I don't feel I have a conflict, but I want to disclose. I think there's also the additional, in this case, added layer of protection that this is going to go to the public for a vote of the people. And so I feel comfortable voting for it, but I just want to disclose that and get a ruling from the chair.
Appreciate the disclosure, and it seems to me, as it did before, though the ethics board came closer than I thought. I think both what you said, the fact that you're just putting it before the people and they have a vote, and that you are serving in a capacity because of your capacity here that you're serving there. It's not just an independent board that you serve on, but part of your role in the Assembly that I don't believe you have a conflict. Mr. Trainee, did you want to address that?
I agree with the chairman because all you're doing is sending this to the voters. You're going to be one of thousands of people voting. So you don't have a conflict in this issue.
Appreciate your disclosure. I'd rule, well, I guess that you don't have a conflict. Any member wish to challenge that ruling of the chair? You will be asked to vote. Where were we, Madam Clerk?
You are ready to start voting.
Any other discussion or disclosures on the Parks bond? Members ready to vote? Members may proceed to vote. Yep, sorry. That matter passes the Parks bond 10-0. Brings item 14D, ordinance number AO 2019-3, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $3,400,000 of general obligation bonds to the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of fire protection, capital improvements, and related capital improvements in the Anchorage Fire Service Area at the election to be held at the municipality on April 2nd. Associated memorandum. Public testimony is now open on the fire bonds. Any member of the public who wishes to testify, come forward. Any at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That matter passes 10-0 and will be put before the voters. Item 14E, ordinance number AO 2019-4, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage the question of the issuance of not to exceed $5,513,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of area-wide facilities and cemetery capital improvement projects at the election to be held in the municipality of Anchorage April 2nd, 2019, and associated assembly memorandum. Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public wish to testify? Welcome.
Well, good evening. My name is Rebecca Parker. I am the Executive Director of the Anchorage Senior Activity Center. And I'm here to speak in favor of Ordinance A0 2019-4. And I want to start by saying thank you to the Mayor and the Assembly and our community for your support of the Anchorage Center and our seniors. We are celebrating our 36th year this year, and our facility is 35,000 square feet. We have some proposed renovations in this proposition, and they are very essential, and they range from replacing a leaky roof to, let's see, where did I lost my space, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take it.
I have a whole list of things, but I just want to say that replacing our upgrading our restrooms to be ADA compliant to replacing our leaky roof. And the Anchorage Senior Center has nearly 2,000 members. We have about 300 people visiting our center each day. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
And Gordon Glazer, did you want to say anything? Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Glazer. Please give your name for the record.
My name is Gordon Glazer. I live at 1029 Potlatch Circle, Anchorage, Alaska. I appreciate the opportunity to address you, the Assembly, and also the Mayor. I want to echo the thoughts of the Executive Director. I'm presently the President of the Anchorage Senior Activity Center Board. It is a self-directed board. I've worked with, I think, most of you here, and I hope to work with the rest of you. Put it succinctly, it's a 36-year-old building. It's old. It needs to be updated. It needs to be repaired. Bluntly, a tarp is not a long-term solution for a roof repair. With that, we just wanted to make sure we were here for you if you had any questions that you wanted to have, and we hope to work with you to get this bond issue, the entire bond issue, passed.
Any questions for Mr. Glazer? I think you've done your groundwork, laid the groundwork well, so I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the area-wide facilities and cemetery bonds? Yeah, right, sorry. Further public testimony on these bonds? Okay. Seeing no further public testimony on the area-wide facilities and cemetery bonds, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the board?
Move to approve.
Now discussion. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out to my colleagues that the fastest growing demographic age-wise in Anchorage are those of us over 65. And so every day there's more of us baby boomers that are reaching the age, and hopefully they'll be signing up to be members of the Anchorage Senior Activity Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Well, I would just add that the Senior Activity Center is not just for seniors. It, in fact, provides and hosts various community groups that come and utilize the facility as well. So it's more like a recreation center that's primarily focused on seniors, but it definitely reaches into the Generation X and Millennial generation, too. So it's worthy.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Further discussion on the area-wide bonds, area-wide facilities bonds. Ready for the vote? Members may proceed to vote. That bond proposal passes 10-0 and will be put before the people. Item 14G, ordinance number AO 2019-6, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage the question of the issuance of not to exceed $3,500,000 of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of public safety facilities, police, and related capital improvements in the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area at the election to be held in the municipality of Anchorage April 2nd, 2019. An associated memorandum number AM 9-2019. Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public wish to testify on the public safety police bonds? Welcome, Mr. Haberman.
Good evening. My name is Eugene Cole Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. My comments are going to be very brief, but just to remind you a little bit of history here. All the Assembly members here were present, except for one. No offense to you, okay? But Amy DeBoski wasn't here. But I remember that discussion dealing with the LI office, former LI office building, and moving the headquarters. And my comment to you on this whole package here is now we got here after you had decided earlier to do a lease on the former LI office building and move the headquarters there. We've now going to the voters. You're having a public hearing now, going to voters to a significant price to do this project, which was the former police headquarters. My question to you is this, is that, did you know about this before you made that decision a few months ago to change the headquarters from that place to that? Did you know the price tag? Did you have those numbers before you to know that if you were going to do a lease scenario with the headquarters, which is now, and move those, did you have that price tag that you know you're going to have to do remodeling, except renovation, and that kind of money was needed, and you're going to have to go and have a public hearing? Was this part of the package before you, the information before you, when you made that decision? Amy DeBoski was here, and I remember that discussion. In all fairness, maybe it was, but I think the most honest answer I could say is, I do not recall that information being there about the amount of millions of dollars that later on, just a few months later, you're going to now remodel that building. Now, would you have done that decision of moving the headquarters there if you knew this amount of price tag was going to go to the voters? That's a good question. So with all the respects, I remind you, you need to have these pieces together and these vital points here before you make decisions. And this is a good example. And that ends my statement with 1 minute, 1 second left.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman.
Yes, he is incorrect.
Any other public testimony on this issue? The public safety facilities, he does, and police, public safety's police capital bond, Mr. Slivka.
I was just going to address the comment that this item was raised subsequent to many of those decisions, and this is very specifically to improve the crime lab facility, and it was done well after the thoughts on moving the headquarters.
Thank you, Mr. Slivka. I don't see... so we were in public testimony, but that was a response. Any other public testimony on the public safety facilities police bond? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Yes, thank you. With all due respect, I just want to say that we did recognize there will be costs associated with upgrading the former police department for repurposing it for future use in all manner of evidence storage and other administrative functions that aren't going to be concentrated in the downtown. So that conversation did in fact happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Further discussion on the public safety facilities police bond? Are you ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. You ready, Suzanne? That item passes 10-0 and will be put before the voters. Item 14H, ordinance number AO 2019-7, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage at the next regular municipal election a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to allow the municipality to delegate enforcement of ordinances relating to abandoned and junk vehicles to designated peace officers. From the Mayor's Office, Assembly Memorandum and Information Memorandums attached. Public testimony on this item is now open. Any member of the public who would like to testify? Okay. You don't have to be brief. You can go all of 3 minutes.
Did you say I can go home?
No, you can go 3 minutes if you'd like.
Oh, okay. I think the borough would say I'd go home.
No.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. The public process, done appropriate decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. Live in the Matson Valley. I'll be very brief on this issue. To me, this is an example of, you have public hearings like this one right now. And what I'm going to speak is reflective of this situation, and I'm concerned. You had meetings in City Hall, and just recently, Assembly, and you addressed this issue. And I've told you before, there's a lot of information there the public is blinded to. And here you have a public hearing on this item, and the public does not, physically most people couldn't be there. It happens during the day. The audio tapes are not audible completely, as one Assembly member said at the meetings addressing the concern. But you got issues such as this, and the public needs to see you and hear from you. And hear from you in this room with the video audio. And this issue was one of them in the last few days where you addressed a meeting. And respectively, I think those meetings are very informative. It was a lot of wealth of information coming from the administration, coming from you, questions and all that, in all respect. The public needs to hear that. And when they don't hear that, the situation is who's at this public hearing right now to testify. The public loses their chance because they're not connected with you, and they don't have a feeling about what this thing is all about. And this is a clear example of that. And there's some other items on the agenda that have the same situation. So what I'm saying to you is you need to stop having those meetings in City Hall. You need to have your meetings with an audio video in this room. And you need to have that information that's been circulated there also circulate part of the packets and connect with people more appropriately. Otherwise, you're most likely going to have comments on this thing after you close public hearing on this item, and you're going to proceed as usual, but you really have not connected with the people appropriately. Thank you very much, with approximately 58 seconds to spare.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Any other public testimony? Welcome, Mr. Levin.
Did you hear the disturbance in the force or anything to welcome me? Good evening, Ronald Leva. We're on a junk and of abandoned cars to peace officers. I'm the auctioneer who does a lot of impound auctions. And whether it be theft or tampering with licenses, VIN numbers, make sure you appropriately educate those people to abandoned and junk vehicles. I think the city, somehow had a motorhome that got pretty expensive for them as a junk vehicle to the tune of $20,000 to $30,000 because they didn't properly remove it. So it's real tricky as a DMV partner to be educated thoroughly so this doesn't come back to bite you. And whether it be vehicles or bicycles, hey, make sure you look at the VIN numbers, make sure you post it. If I hear him one more time about posting, I'm going to tattoo it on my forehead or something. But the bottom line is be real cautious with that because it is more complicated than just calling a tow truck and hook it, and you end up in a lot of litigation. Any questions?
I don't see any questions.
Sir, just a recommendation, Ron. No tattoos on your forehead.
Okay.
No. You got a whole minute and a half. You don't want to say
Okay, well,
no,
I want to tell you
come
about.
on.
I do want to mention bike theft for abandoned vehicles because you guys pick up a lot of bikes. And just to let you know, I got $4,000, $6,000, $8,000 bicycles from evidence. The last man, I said, hey, don't lock up that bike. They have a little sawzall, cut the lock. He said, I'm not worried about that. I said, why not? Because if the bike moves 50 feet, alarm goes off on his phone. I kind of laughed and said, what does that matter? The guy's gone with your bicycle. He said, this other number, if I push it, it blows up the handlebars.
Right. It's about junk cars, but anyway.
Oh, no, it's abandoned vehicles.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate it, Mr. Oliva. Any other public testimony on this charter proposal about junk vehicles, junk and abandoned vehicles? Seeing no further public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Yeah. It's been moved and seconded. And Ms. LaFrance, were you going to carry the amendment on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 1.
The amendment number 1 has been moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment deletes the phrase regularly sworn from the second sentence of the second paragraph below. And as Mr. Falsey explained in the work session last week, this is because community service officers are employed by APD and do most of the tagging and removing of abandoned vehicles. This amendment also condenses the language and corrects 3 typos. And if there are questions, might I suggest they be directed to Mr. Gates or Mr. Falsey?
You can, but I think you did an excellent job. Mr. Weddleton, does this cut down the language enough for you?
I just want to applaud this amendment. Assemblywoman LaFrance for saying what we mean and cutting it down by at least 3.5 lines. Good job.
Oh, I didn't even see in the queue. I just recognized you. I knew you wanted in. Or did you want to say more, Ms. LaFrance? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
LaFrance.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, but I can't take that compliment because actually Mr. Gates and Mr. Falsey did that work.
You haven't learned yet to take credit for other things? Yeah, it's a major part of our job. Okay. Further discussion, we're on amendment, LaFrance, brilliant amendment number 1. Further discussion on that? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Nice job getting back. And it has passed 10-0. Nicely done. That brings back before us AO 2019-7 as amended on abandoned and junk vehicles and cleaned up. Further discussion on the charter proposed amendment. Proposed charter amendment. I'm not seeing any discussion. Are you ready for the vote? Members may proceed to vote. Charter amendment passed 10-0 and will be presented to the people at the next election. Item 14I, ordinance number AO 2019-8, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition approving easements of ongoing operation of existing municipal light and power MLNP substations and associated buried and aerial power lines located within Goose Lake Park and Frontierland Park by Chugach Electric Association Inc., Chugach, after the sale of assets of MLNP to Chugach by the Department of Law, an attached assembly memorandum and information memorandum. Public testimony is now open on this item. Members of the public may testify. Would you like to? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jareen Nesbett, Nesbett, and I'm talking about the Frontierland Park and the easement of the substation within that.
Right.
I just became aware of it, and I'm a resident of the South Addition and a longtime resident, and I was within the notification area. I didn't have an opportunity to attend the hearing in Spenard, but I did talk with the Parks and Recreation municipality and answered some of my questions, but I still had additional ones, and it might be a little after the fact now, but he said this would be an opportunity to ask the questions, last opportunity for public testimony. The substation, high voltage substation, is within a dedicated park area that is really an urban park, and it's too late to question that location at this time. It apparently predates the dedication of the park, but I don't know what the compelling interest is to retain a substation in that area. It is a well-established, early residential area in Anchorage, and the park is very well utilized by young children, and they're just, I don't know if there are any reasonable alternatives to the location of that substation, especially as, you know, this frontier land, it might have been the frontier at some point when it was established, but now it is certainly an urban area, and there's very limited park land in the municipality, and I don't know if any consideration had been given to relocating it at any time thus far, and I know we don't know Chugach Electric's plans. I read the sales agreement and tried to determine, I know they had specifically identified Coos Lake and also Frontierland Park for these easement transfers. I don't know if we have any control once it belongs to Chugach Electric, control over expansion or any alteration to it that would impact the residential area. There are safety issues, there are certainly aesthetic issues, but there's a time when the municipality wants to strengthen the downtown area, increase the residential, aspect of the downtown area, certainly maintain the quality of the South Addition. And does that mean something? Oh.
Yeah, but you can conclude, but...
I'm sorry. And so I don't know if the easement would mean that what would happen if this were the substation were retired or altered in any way, and if any time it would
get that answered for you, ma'am. Yeah,
it would revert to the municipality.
Let me ask. Yeah. So, Mr. Falsey, is there any member of the administration who can respond? I was once the subject of a dare to try and get a ball over that fence into that substation. I didn't do it.
Good. That's probably a good choice.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I think I can speak to a number of the different pieces that were raised, if that's helpful. I don't have all the technical reasons why the substation is necessary in this area, but I do understand from Mark Johnson at MLMP that the challenge is, so that the answer to the first question is, have we thought about relocating the substation? Has Chugach thought about relocating it? And the answer that I understand is no, because we need to have a substation close to the residences downtown in order for the electrical grid to operate. And relocating it would be tremendously hard. It's been there since prior to 1971, and so finding a new place to put it would be, if not impossible, very challenging. So I think the utility has not thought about that because they have this existing substation that's been there for in excess of almost 50 years. And it continues to be critical to be able to have the electrical grid function for all the residents of downtown. To the question about expansion or whether or not the public would have an opportunity to weigh in, certainly this doesn't change that in any way. If you look at the bottom of the ballot proposition, it specifically makes clear that there's no expansion of the area covered by the substation contemplated by this. The idea is simply to transfer the ability to operate the substation from the municipality to Chugach Electric keeping in place all of the municipal code restrictions that would come into play if they wanted to change the nature of that use. And also, if they wanted to expand it, if they wanted to make it bigger, use more of the park, we'd have to go back to the voters for another easement. The idea is that the easement will be simply the scope of the current use. It'd be the current fenced area and the ability to use the equipment that's inside of it. To the question of what will happen if the substation ever is removed sometime in the future, if the electrical grid needs change. That kind of goes also to the question of what happens next with this. So this ordinance simply kicks the question to the voters of can we transfer an easement to Chugach. It doesn't actually establish the easement. We would then come back with a proposed easement, which would come back to this body, to the Assembly, for consideration of the terms. At present, the proposal that we would intend to bring is an easement that says if and when the park is ever, or the location is ever not used as a substation, then it reverts to parkland. But there would be another opportunity, there will be another public process that looks at that specific document that in front of this body, which would allow for further public testimony and input into what that document actually looks like. This just establishes the underlying baseline legal authority if it's passed by the voters. Again, this ordinance simply kicks the question to the voters, goes to the voters get to vote yea or nay. If they vote yes, then we come back to the Assembly with an easement document that says these are the actual terms of what we propose to give to Chugach to allow them to continue to operate the substation. And then again, there's another vote on that document.
Yes. Now, because that's asked as a question, what is the alternative to granting an easement?
Well,
if the voters,
if they reject our ability to transfer the easement or the authority to do the easement for Chugach, well, Ms. Wynne-Pearson, what is the effect if they rejected it?
Through the chair, that makes it impossible for us to grant a long-term transfer of the property underlying the substation. There are still other alternatives. We do have utility infrastructure and parks sitting there pursuant to renewable short-term permits. They're generally renewed, so a lot of that infrastructure has been in the park for a very long time, and the practical effect is the same, but it hasn't gone through the voter approval process. Otherwise, we'd have to figure out something in the transaction process, something different in the transaction process, again, acknowledging that this substation is critical to the functioning of an electrical utility that serves the residents of downtown. We have to figure out some kind of different solution.
Yeah, Ms. Nesbitt, we really appreciate your testimony and your concern. It does sound like that it's needed electrically and probably going to stay. But you live right near it? Yeah. So whether it's MLMP or Chugach, if you see protections, barriers, bad fencing, things that could be done better, you can bring it back before us or bring it to Chugach for them. But I think it probably is going to stay. Yeah. Thank you, though.
Yes, I thought so. I didn't know who would be responsible, municipality or Chugach, if for any
accidents.
Yes,
yeah.
or if it is retired, if there's a reclamation or who would be responsible for restoring it.
Okay.
The cost of that, I know. I know the cost would be very high to replace, to move it, but I just thought maybe, I didn't know if there were reasonable alternatives, but apparently there are not.
I'm sorry. Thank you for your time
Thank you
tonight.
very much, and thank you for attending to that.
Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I just wanted
What's
to
your name?
Oh, it's Karen Ray, R-E-Y.
Go ahead.
And I live just down the street from the MNLP building, or the area there. And I just wanted to address this and ask that the question does go to the voters.
Yes.
I've been a 20-year plus resident there in South Addition. The dynamic of the area is changing. We have new families coming in. I raised 2 daughters there, and I now have 4 grandchildren, and we actively use frontier land. So it wasn't clear to me here whether the disposal of the easement meant frontier land was going away. So that's what I wanted to ensure, as it needs some upgrading, but it is well used.
Doesn't mean Administration or Mr. Falsey, the Frontierland's going away. It just means the very same area will be used for the very same purpose.
Frontierland is not going away.
Yes, through the chair, you can see it in the last page of the items that are attached to. I don't know if you have that in front of you, but it's in the handouts that were given out to the AM. You'll see that really all we're proposing doing is issuing an easement for the existing fenced area that has the substation inside of it right now. The rest of Frontierland Park remains as it is and would not be in any way impacted by this, and be very clear that there'd be no Chugach access to any of that. It would just be that existing. Oh, yeah, Mr. Falsey is laying a copy of the image on the diagram.
Same area, same purpose.
Yes.
Great.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Also, you haven't been notified, I guess, but the Parks and Rec Department is actually actively working on a master planning process for Frontierland Park. And so it's going through a very assertive renewal process right now, which should see substantial investment on the public park side of it. And so you will likely see a much better park in the next year or two. And I would recommend you contact the Parks Department and or email me, and then I will put you in touch with them. So stay tuned. It's actually going to get a lot better in the near future.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Ray. Any other public testimony on AO 2019-8, the easement municipality to MLNP to Chugach? Any at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, one comment and then one question for the administration. So my comment is, Mr. Peterson and I, and Mr. Trainee actually as well, Mr. Rivera, attend University Area Community Council, and there's been some discussion there about the Goose Lake portion. And they have generally been supportive because they've realized that it's not where we generally think of as Goose Lake Park. It's very popular. It's a part that's kind of disconnected and unused near King Career Center. But my question is, the testimony tonight, and I think the initial reaction from people at university when they first heard about this was, oh, are you going to do something to really alter Goose Lake Park? Are you going to do the Frontierland Park? Are you going to do something like that? And I think, we need an education plan, I guess, for the administration, sort of what is the plan to educate the public to make sure there isn't that kind of reaction? And the second question is, if this ballot measure fails, and I don't think it should fail on the substance, but if people get freaked out and they don't understand it and it fails, how badly does that screw up our deal with Chugach, and what is our backup plan?
Through the chair, on the first question, we will do the standard education around ballot propositions in terms of preparing objective information on what we intend to do. They'll go out through the League of Women Voters and that in those other modes of communication. I understand that Chugach also, because they have a vested interest in this and they have more resource flexibility, will be doing some level of education campaign around this to explain, because I share your concern. I think that's the chief thing we try to make clear, is that this does not impact any portion of the existing park facilities. It doesn't permit the existing substations to get any bigger. All it does is it permits a new party to operate what has been in each of these locations for an excess of 30 years. To the second question about what happens next if this does not pass, as we'd previously discussed, our backup plan is likely to come back to this body with a request for a temporary revocable use permit to allow the utility infrastructure to remain in place, which is a precedent we've used elsewhere in Parkland. And that would then create a more short-term arrangement with Chugach, which could be terminated at any time, but which would allow the infrastructure to remain in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
As you mentioned, Mr. Dunbar, that's been accepted, the one at Goose Lake, for a long time by the people. It's not even most people don't even see it when they drive into King Career Center, go past it. It's just there. It's occupied, used for power transmission, so it needs to stay that way, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion on AO 2019-8. Ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. That proposition passes 10-0 and will be placed on the April ballot. Item 14J, ordinance number AO 2019-10, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage at the regular municipal election on April 2nd, 2019, a ballot proposition amending Anchorage Municipal Charter Article 13, finance to permit the acquisition of leased property if the lease payments are subject to appropriation by the Assembly and associated Assembly memorandum. Public testimony on this item is open. Members, or any member of the public who wishes to may testify. Anyone like to testify on this item? Mr. Haberman, welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsuda Valley. Follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. My comments are on this item 2019-10. What are we talking about? Asking the voters to change the way things are written and to allow you to permit the acquisition or the leased property if the lease payments are subject to appropriation by the Assembly. So what buildings are we talking about? That's not being said here. This is only 4 pages of information. You did have a meeting in City Hall, but the public was not connected appropriately. But what are we talking about? The most recent one that comes is the former LI office building, the current headquarters. The other building that comes to mind that I think of is, what about that lease with City Hall? How much is that costing in dollars per year, and how many years are left? You know, I say over the years these words: the more complex and complicated an issue is, the more notice, the more opportunity the public to be heard. Well, dealing with such a thing before the voters, all the voters have at this meeting, and if you take this to the voters, it's 4 pages of information. In all due respect, your meeting that you held in City Hall as Assembly was much more informative. There were a lot more pages, presentation, but more than the 4 pages, and it's not part of the packet nor additional attachments. So is this the way to go? Now, I'm not saying that this is not a bad idea. In fact, I'd like to remind you again, with all due respect to current Assembly member was appointed, Assembly member Dabowski, and she had her pencil out with numbers and dealing with the former LI office building and what is this deal we're getting ourselves involved with. And remember, the other connected piece is the Anchorage Community Development Administration. Yeah, you're smiling. I connect the dots like no one else does. I know. I'm at these meetings. That's why. And the end result is this a good deal? Well, it could be a good deal. But the way you go about it and connect with the people is more likely not a good deal. Because you're not connecting with the people. You have 4 pages of information. You have 1 public hearing, and you fast-tracked it to the voters. And I remind you of all those controversies. The state office building that went to court. That LI office building that you had a headquarters building, you approved a lease agreement where there was no written agreement you approved. It didn't exist. All this kind of non-disclosure, and you keep on doing. With respect to the most recently appointed Assembly member, you were not here. So I leave you out of the picture on that situation. Okay, you got to give fairness to members. And I'll leave you with, I hope you have some questions, and you don't shove this down the people's throat like this. Thank you very much.
No. I do have a question, and
Could we put that on the record at what date and time?
So you made a comment at the work session about not being able to hear, that the recording perhaps wasn't adequate so that all voices could be heard. And you did also, if I'm correct, made a comment that you wish some of the visual aids could have been seen. And I am not sure of costs of using this building versus that building. My guess that it is less expensive to be there. However, if better equipment was in that room that did allow for either video or better audio, would you feel that that would be a good move towards being transparent to the people?
Permission to respond by the chair?
He says yes. Oh, I didn't ask. I just asked a question,
Permission to respond, Chair?
Mr. Chair, is it okay if Mr. Haberman responds to my question?
Okay, I'll be very brief in the response, okay? Look at this room, more seats, video, audio, the press. They're not even here, but many times they are here. The public's not here, but they're more likely here, even not being here, because they can do a video, audio. Well, let's go back to that room you're saying, suggesting as a option there, improve the situation. You can improve a situation to the extent as you bring equipment in there, but how many seats are there for the public? And also remind you is this, a lot of these documents that come and put on the table at those meetings, how do they come to you? One particular document in one of the meetings, and I'll be brief, was the Assembly Audit Committee. It was a document at draft 6 for X date the day before, and it was put on the table at the Assembly Audit Committee. And so the end result is this: if you take these meetings and move them over here, with all due respect, you're more likely going to make sure those documents are not coming at the last second. The public sees it. You're using all the interconnections you already used for this situation, and the public's more likely going to be here. But I'll also remind you one problem, too, is obviously you hold your meetings during the day.
Haberman, you
and
promised me.
But even when you hold your meetings during the day, at least it gives a connection. At least it gives a record. But you do not have a record in as good as here.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman.
And you know what? I do appreciate that response, and I do appreciate you bringing up the issue. But thank you.
Take care, and thank you for the question.
Any further public testimony regarding this ordinance, AO 2019-10, on leased property lease payment subject to appropriation? Any public testimony? Any at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I will just say that while I'm glad to have Ms. Wemhoff here, it's clear that I'm not the only one that misses Ms. Domboski.
Yeah, we all do. Further discussion about actually this ordinance? Seeing none, are you ready? Oh, Mr. Weddleton, sorry.
I think the comments confuse this. This is not really anything to do with the new police offices for anyone who's listening. I mean, just to paraphrase this just lets us do lease-to-own purchases, and it cleans up the charter getting that inconsistent $1 million thing out of it.
I'll let them answer, but I do think they said it's not because of this, but you could use this vehicle to say, and we could have or could now renegotiate the contract to say, now we're going to have the police stay there and we're going to lease purchase it.
Sure, but it could be City Hall or it
could be anything
unknown
else.
building.
It's not directly for that, but Ms. Wynn Pearson.
It just gives us a sensible tool that most operations have already.
Through the chair, that's correct, and it doesn't even do that at this point. It simply sends the question to the voters of whether or not the charter should be changed to permit you to have that tool. If you were to use it in the future or seek to use it, there could clearly be a public process around where you might propose to use it. If you were proposing to enter into a new lease purchase agreement for a building, it would come back in front of this body. So it really is just, again, sending to the voters the question of whether or not this change could go into the charter, creating a possible tool that this body could use.
Okay, and then if I think we heard a statement they were shoving this down the throat of the voters, but in fact we're offering it to them to make the decision, which is probably the best involvement for citizens of anything.
Right.
A statement, not a question. Thank you.
Okay, but Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. So just to recap what was said there are three tools if the voters approve this. One is lease, one is purchase, and this would authorize lease purchase, and it would have an annual requirement of appropriation. That's the basic function of what we're asking the voters to approve.
It would be subject to annual appropriation.
Yes.
Yeah. People, we're on J. We're going to the penultimate letter of the alphabet here. Is further discussion on this matter? You ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. That proposition passes 10 to nothing and will be placed on the April ballot. Item 14K, ordinance number AO 2019-13, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 2670-060, 2670-070, and 2670-080, correcting an administrative error in the cart exchange rate for the refuse collection utility and effective retroactively as of January 1, 2019. By the Finance Department, public testimony is open on this item, cart exchange correcting the error. Any public testimony?
We had an AM.
Any at all? All right. Seeing none, and a shake from Mr. Haberman. Public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
I think just to let the world to know that what this does is the correction significantly lowered the fee that was in there.
Good.
Someone
Excellent.
gets credit.
All right. Lowering the cart exchange fee, really. Further discussion? You ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10 to nothing. There's nothing specifically on a retroactive thing that makes any difference. Retroactive isn't, yeah. Item 14L, ordinance number AO 2019-14, an ordinance authorizing a long-term lease between the municipality of Anchorage as lessor and Spurnack 2019 LLC as lessee of Lot 3A, Block 3, Merrifield
Waive reading.
replat, and assembly memorandum. Public testimony is now open on this item, 2019-14. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion at all? Seeing no discussion, you ready to vote? Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson is temporarily not present. And that item passes 9 to nothing. Item 14M, ordinance number AO 2019-16, an ordinance authorizing D&D Airpack LLC to relinquish a portion of its leasehold interest and extend its term in Lot 2, Block 8, west of Merrifield Drive by
Waive
amendment. Appreciate that. Public testimony is now open on this item, item 219-16. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
The roll of 9.
Seeing none, you ready for the question?
D&D.
Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson is still away. That item passes 9 to nothing.
You're the only one.
Item number 14N, ordinance number AO 2019-17, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease extension between the municipality of Anchorage lessor and Northern Lodging LLC doing business as Ramada Anchorage Downtown.
Waive reading.
Public testimony is now open on this item. Anyone wish to testify on item ordinance number 219-17? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any at all? Members ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 9 to nothing. Ordinance number AO 2019-18, an ordinance authorizing a lease between the municipality of Anchorage lessor and Chugach Electric Association lessee for municipal property legal described as a portion within Tract B, Sand Lake School Site Subdivision, Plat 95-11, PID number 011-061-030. Thanks, guys. Public testimony is now open on this item. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, you ready to vote? Members may proceed to vote. That item Passes 9-0. Item 14P, resolution number AR 2019-2, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $450,000 of public finance and investments funds fund balance to the Public Finance and Investments Division, Finance Department, to pay banking fees and investment management and custodial costs for the municipal cash pool. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify on this item? Resolution 2019-2. Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any at all? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. Item 14Q, resolution number AR 2019-4, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $455,150 from the Department of Homeland Security and appropriating a contribution in the amount of $151,717 from the Port of Alaska Fund.
Waive reading.
Yeah, for port security. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify on this resolution? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to... there, Mr. Dunbar, sorry.
Steve, could you come up for just a second, please? Mr. Rebuffo. Let's have a question. I was reading through this, and I don't know if any of it is directly related, but it seems like a good time to talk about it. We received public testimony a couple of times over the years from folks that were concerned about security at the boat launch.
At the boat launch, yes.
I was wondering if you could give us a brief update on that. I know you guys made some effort to get the situation resolved.
No, happy to. Since those public hearings, we've installed brand new LED lighting out there, as well as surveillance cameras that have a feed that go to our command and control center, so they monitor those camera pictures from the port. And if and when there's a need to call APD, APD is called, and they've been responding. And we have since then not had any concerns raised by the folks over at Cooking with Tug and Barge or folks at the boat launch in general. And so we're very pleased and think we've got a control in place now that works.
Great. Well, that's a great update and something I think worth celebrating. Thank you, Mr. Buffo.
Excellent question. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-0. Resolution number AR 2019-11, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant when tendered of $1,343,047 from the Federal Highway Administration through the State of Alaska .puff to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund to the Planning Department for the 2019 Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions AMATS program. Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public wish to testify on this resolution? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Missed people last time, but don't want to do it again. I'm seeing no discussion. Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. Item 14S, resolution number AR 2019-23, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the renewal of package store liquor license number 156 for Dong K. Kang, DBA doing business in
Waive reading.
Out Liquor, number 1. Do I need it? On Arctic, 3601 Arctic Boulevard. Midtown Community Council, public testimony is now open on this resolution. Any member of the public want to testify on the liquor license for In-N-Out Liquor? Any public testimony at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been
Second.
moved and seconded. You got that, Madam Clerk? We have a Rivera Amendment number 1. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. I move Rivera Amendment number 1.
Been moved. Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Trainee. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment basically continues the public hearing, or adds an additional public hearing for the meeting of February 26th, excuse me, that is my intention. To give a little background for the members, this process is really something that didn't start with In-N-Out, but started with Mom and Pops when we added conditions onto that license. And during that process, the Community Council stated in a resolution that they would like the Assembly to figure out a way to add those conditions onto all of the licenses within their Community Council area. They are in the process of doing that, and I am working with Community Council members to get that process finalized and before this body by that February 26th meeting, and looking forward to bringing that back to Mr. Weddleton's committee, because I know there were some hiccups the last time that this was gone through his committee, but I know that that particular Community Council is really working to get over those hurdles. So at that next February 26th Assembly meeting, we will have some conditions and more details to add to this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to clarify with Mr. Rivera. So is the intent that the Assembly would bring forward area restrictions, or is it that the Community Council is kind of working out MOUs with the various liquor stores?
So I think at this stage in the process, the Community Council is working on those various MOUs, and but the enforcement mechanism to get those onto the licenses would be through the Assembly. So whether that's done on a case-by-case basis, that's not my preference, actually. My preference is to do it on an area-wide basis, and what that looks like, I'm not sure. I have to really dig deeper with the clerk's office on that.
Okay, if I might, so February, even our second meeting in February, it would be hard to have that done in time for this. And that, would that work okay for you, or is that a problem?
So my understanding is that this amendment and passing this resolution today, which is what I encourage my colleagues to do, states our protest, and then this amendment pushes for an additional public hearing. So our protest will still be registered with AMCO. So I don't think it will be a hiccup to the process.
Okay, and if I could, the chair's sitting, the chair's gone, I can't see him. And you've avoided choosing a date. I mean, do you want to say February 26th, or?
I think it was purposefully left devoid of a date by Mr. Gates, but if my colleagues would prefer to have a date specific, we can do that.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
So if I'm not mistaken, the previous effort to put those conditions on the license went through the Community and Economic Development Committee, and there was a robust process there. And so I think that's what maybe Mr. Weddleton is queuing in on, is that it has to get properly scheduled in before them if there's going to be a thoughtful preview of whatever conditions come forward, because I think it would be unwise of us to take just whole cloth the recommendation of a Community Council here and not sit down and think about what it means. And that's usually done at a committee. And so then that does argue for the second meeting in February.
Mr. Rivera, you want to respond or go to Mr. Gates?
I agree with those comments.
Okay. Mr. Gates.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to the discussion, and Mr. Rivera said we need to pass this resolution tonight to get a waiver on record so that the clerk can inform AMCO that the Assembly has conditionally protested until the conditions are met. We do this from time to time. AMCO, after the 60 days expires, which it will on February 12th, we won't have time to then file protest. But after that, AMCO will wait, according to their statutes and regulations, for about 90 days until the processes are complete, to see if the conditions are met before they will act on the license. So we have that time, having the meeting, the first or second meeting in February for the next resolution would be fine within the time frames we're allowed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton.
Just again, Mr. Rivera, so does the owner of this business know that this is going on?
Yes, I actually talked with him. He goes by Ken. Earlier today, he had to leave this meeting to go to work, and he is okay with this process. What he does not want is for his store to be targeted unfairly. He wants a process that's going to affect all of the licenses in a geographic area equally. And so that's what we're trying to do to be fair to all of the businesses.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? We're on amendment number 1, Rivera amendment number 1. Members ready to vote? Okay. Clerk's catching up, but we are on Rivera amendment number 1. We had it moved and seconded. Mr. Rivera, Mr. Cheney, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1. Nice job.
That's cool.
Mr. Weddleton? The amendment passes, I thought it was 10-0? 10-0. That brings the ordinance or the resolution as amended before us. Any debate on the resolution as amended? AR 2019-23. Any discussion at all? Members may proceed to vote. The resolution as amended passes 10-0. Mr. Vice Chair, can I get a motion to combine public hearing on T, U, and V?
I move to combine public hearing for items 14T, U, and V.
Second.
Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, public hearing is combined on those 3 items. The reasoning for that, as the members know, but for the public is, it's a transfer of ownership in 3 different liquor licenses, but it's the same buyers and sellers, it's the same transfer issue. It's not about the operations of these different things so much as that transfer.
Mr. Chair, marijuana licenses.
What did I say?
Liquor.
Okay, marijuana licenses, exactly right. So public testimony is now open on items 14T, 14U, and 14V, resolution number AR 2019-24, 25, and 26. Any public testimony on any of those 3 items? Any at all? Yep. Clerk's catching up, so we're making triple sure that nobody wants to testify on any of these 3 marijuana licenses. I am seeing no one, so public testimony on all 3 is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Which one? Let's go in order, right?
I guess should we do one at a time or say
yeah,
3?
we
Okay,
can't do them all together.
Move to approve T.
It's been moved and seconded. Item T, that's resolution 2019-24. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
For those who are watching and wondering, what we have is essentially ownership changes that are identical for 3 different types of marijuana licenses in the same location. We looked at these very carefully at the Community and Economic Development meeting on the 24th and recommended approval.
Okay, further discussion on item 14T? Any at all? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Item 14T passes 10-0. Get a motion on 14U.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on 14U? Mr. Weddleton, it's the same issue?
Yep.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Getting ahead of the clerk. Item 14U passes 10 to nothing. A motion on 14V.
Move to approve.
Second.
Item 14V has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Nice job, Madam Clerk. That item also passes 10 to nothing. Item 14W, resolution number AR 2019-29, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Green Sleeves Genetics cultivation facility with license number M15192, doing business as Green Sleeves Genetics, Inc. Did I read these? Okay, it's not, I apologize, but it's not clear to me that I read for the record item 14 T, U, and V. Resolution number 2019-24, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana cultivation license M10248 for Isidore LLC. Resolution number AR 2019-25, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana retail license M10866 for AK Frost, and resolution number AR 2019-26, transfer of controlling interest municipal marijuana manufacturing license M10865 for AK Rhyme. Apologize for that. So now we were on 14W, which is a marijuana license and special land use permit for Green Sleeves Genetics LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M15192, doing business as Green Sleeves Genetics and located at 170 North Post Road. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on that item. Public may testify. Any member of the public? Green Sleeves marijuana cultivation license. Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I have to actually make a correction on T, U, and V. We did not discuss those at the Community Economic Development Committee. I went through them very carefully, and I discussed it briefly with you. Still recommend approval of them. But this one, and we did discuss this one and looked at it very carefully and recommended approval for Green Sleeves.
Any further discussion of this resolution on Green Sleeves cultivation license? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Testing. Oh, it's growing.
Resolution number AR 2019-31, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for AK Provisions Corporation, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M10686, doing business as Turnagain Herb or Herb Company.
Waive reading.
Public testimony is now open on this retail license, marijuana license. Any public testimony? Any at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
We also looked at this one closely at the Community and Economic Development Committee and recommended approval. And I just highlight, we did get in our addendum packet a comment from a neighbor. And we discussed that at the meeting, and the applicant said that he had worked out an agreement with the neighbor that seemed satisfactory.
Good. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, on that same topic, the agreement with the neighbor was several lots down, and to me it seemed like the applicants, the petitioners, went well above and beyond, and in fact, almost to the point of bending too far, in my opinion. But I'm very supportive of this license, and it's proving that they're willing to work with their community.
Further discussion on item 14 X-ray. Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Wimhoff, oh, there. That passes 10-0. Item 14Y, resolution number AR 2019-30, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Great Northern Manufacturing, Inc., a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M17336, doing business as Great Northern Manufacturing. Public testimony is now open on this item. Any member of the public wish to testify? Bless you. Any at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public testimony is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Constant and then Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
I'll let Mr. Weddleton go first.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton.
Sure. We looked at this very carefully at the Community and Economic Development Committee on the 24th and recommended approval.
Okay, Mr. Constant.
So this one had another strange scenario that rose up in the conversation in the committee that really struck me. And because it's hearsay, I won't mention any names, but there is a neighboring licensee who at a community council meeting warned them that they've never had any smell violations, so that if a smell violation were to come up, then it has to be this new licensee and they better keep their act together. Well, between that community council meeting and this meeting, that licensee had a smell violation. And I'm paying close attention to that licensee because I don't like bullies. Thank you.
Got it. Got it. Further discussion on 14Y? Any at all? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. That brings us to item 17, audience participation. Seeing no... Come on up, Mr. Leva.
All right.
You're taking a while to get up, but...
It's my hip. I fell on the ice.
All right.
Hard to keep a good man down.
Welcome.
Thrown up to the whale. Are we ready, Mr. Croft? Good evening, Ronald Leva. I'm here tonight for two reasons. One, I was late with Black History Month, and as with Ms. Dembowski, you didn't ask for additional input from the audience on commenting on her leaving, so that was done afterwards. But real quickly, I'm here again on the Rosa Parks resolution. I want to give you a check again for the back of the bus that Rosa Parks had the courage to make a difference with one bus ride. And hey, those buses go around town. I think during Black History Month it would be appropriate to acknowledge Black history. And Rosa Parks was here. I think we should still do a certificate, a plaque, and acknowledge her with a bus stop. She is part of Alaskan Black history. For myself, my father was in Detroit in 1943, locked himself in his room for 3 days during the worst racial riots in U.S. history. 28 people were killed by the Detroit Police Department and the National Guard. Shameful during the war. And then in 1969, the riots were not about Vietnam War, but black studies. So all these things, I think, are part, including Obama being the first Afro-American to come to Alaska and Anchorage. Martin Luther King didn't come, but got a parkway named after him. So, hey, I hope you accept the $150 and do something on one of the buses, and hopefully we'll follow suit on an annual event. With that, I'll end the Rosa Parks and bring you something that fell out of the sky. And this is very concerning because it's part of the fire insulation that blanketed the city. Blanketed the city, and whether or not it was toxic, a whole garbage can fell on my lot, but it went all the way down to Post Road. Now, it looks like styrofoam of some nature, but the toxicity level of that could be harmful to dogs, animals, and then worse than that, once it gets covered by the snow, it could end up in gardens and then rotor-tilled in. And I called the fire department. May I sum up?
Yes, you may.
I just wanted to identify it if it is toxic for the rest of the community. Oh, and especially the homeless community out there in the woods. Is this toxic? And is there a claim against the insurance company for littering the entire city with potentially a hazardous waste? So I want to bring that to your attention for the safety of all citizens, that it's out there, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Trainee has a question for you.
Ron, hi. Would you do us a favor, put that back in the sack so Ron doesn't have to try and collect that? You've got gloves.
Oh no,
I worry about my security guard.
Yeah, no,
He's got a trench. He's going to beat you with it in a minute.
He's got a special taser for
but
me.
He would much prefer not to pick it up.
Ron.
Thank you for bringing
If you would,
that.
please.
Oh, okay. Are there any other questions, Mr. Croft?
I do not. I see. No, I do not see any more.
Okay.
Well, okay, well, Mr. Weddleton was in and out, but
Come on, Mr. Weddleton, fire away.
Where did that come from, and it went how far?
Right out of my yard, and I
where?
filled a complete garbage can. This was all over the city.
But where did it come from?
From the fire.
Which one? We had like three.
The Aspen Hotel, was it next to Hotel 6 on C Street?
The $20 million fire.
Yeah. So this went airborne, and you have to understand, if Mr. LeBlanc was here during the fire at the recycling center, a drone went down there. And he had to find the source of the drone, because if it flies through toxic smoke and flames, you touch that. Mr. Croft's well aware of firemen exposure to toxic smoke and what it can cause. So we want to protect everyone with this. But if you haven't seen it, it was all over like the snow. But now it's covered, and I think it could be toxic. It's toxic to dogs. I call my vet because they were rolling in it.
Thank you, Mr. Leva. I don't see any further questions.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, it was my pleasure, our pleasure. Mr. Haberman, would you like to speak?
No, don't let it.
Oh.
I'm just glad that bag wasn't filled with what I thought it was filled with.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Haberman. I had started you, but I am going to start you.
Let him
Yes,
respectively.
that was my point. Now.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'll be talking about something that you could be surprised I'm going to be talking about, but it wasn't at this agenda meeting. It's called the Alaska Public Officers Commission. Ooh, that rings a bell to a lot of you filings. Last week they had a two-day meeting. I'm known to monitor their meeting and how they handle their meetings for a number of years. But this one really stood out. The agenda basically dealt with some issues, and then it was a two-day scenario, but the public opportunity to speak was in the afternoon of the first day, 3 minutes. And what I was raised alert was they had an executive session dealing with applicants, board commission members, executive session, no opportunity for the public to speak, and no knowledge who those applicants were. That's the Alaska Public Officers Commission. So the end result is I warned them the day before. It's totally out of line. There's no knowledge of the applicants. The public has a right to know them. And not only that, an opportunity to address in a public meeting, like I did earlier today, on dealing with an applicant, a borough attorney applying for a judgeship, which he didn't get any votes in the Matsu Borough. That happened today. I'm a busy beaver, as you could see. So we've got a problem here. And as you know, they monitor closely how the lobbyists and how money exchanges and openness and transparency. But we have a scenario where they held meetings and they called us an executive session. And by the way, when it was addressed, the executive director said, it's okay, it's a personnel matter, quote unquote. So that leave you with that issue. Then I'll go into the scenario in closing. You're going to have a meeting with the Borough Assembly. Yeah, I can be in both places at the same time. But I can compare notes. I looked at the website for you all and the agenda, and I saw the agenda for the Massachusetts Borough Assembly. They have you in you have your meeting in two different locations. You got the same time. There is errors there. And you have a place for public comment. Thank you. That's the first time in years since I've been monitoring your meeting jointly to have audience participation. Otherwise, you don't allow it and when you've been meeting. So I commend you there, but you have audience participation on one agenda. You have it, I think, more correctly. You deal with the issues, and then the public has a chance to hear what you're discussing, and then they can come in and speak. The Borough Assembly has got a situation where the public speaks, but it's blind to what's going to be discussed. So I strongly need you to correct that situation. And then in just the last closing and permission, footnote to this, I heard the reason you're holding it there was because, as Assemblymember Peterson said, addressed this earlier, and at the previous meeting of your body, because you want to be, they want to look at the election, what you got going there. But that's fair, except for one thing: you're keeping the public not connected. There's no video, audio, and it's very hard to hear. I remember the Assembly Ethics Selection Committee, and that closes my comment.
Yes, it does. Any questions for Mr. Haberman? I don't see any, Mr. Haberman. Any other public comments? Don't see any of those either. That comment period is closed. It is Assembly comments. He was coming back. Can we start with you, Mr. Weddleton? Do you have any Assembly comments?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Mr. Dunbar.
No comments this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. LaFrance.
No comments, thanks.
I have none. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments.
Mr. Trainee, don't. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We should consider ourselves fortunate that we don't live in the Twin Cities tonight. Thank you.
Yes, I do every night. Mr. Constant.
Nothing.
Ms. Swimhoff.
I never turned down a mic.
Okay.
No, actually, I just wanted to say, that I moved here in 1965. I was a young child, and I lived in the Anchorage Westward for 3 weeks while our house was being built. Naturally, it was tough to get everything built after the earthquake. And I went across the street to the 4th Avenue Theater almost daily to watch It's a Mad, 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 Mad World for 50 cents. And I just wanted people to know that.
Thank you, Ms. Swimhoff. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. I ask your indulgence, and please don't anybody be offended, because nothing I'm going to say is at all personal. I'm obviously interested in history, and in the last 2 weeks we've had 5 kind of different events recognized, 3 of them human rights issues and 2 of them about the Holocaust. Of course, Black History Month and Dr. Martin Luther King is all about equality and treating people with decency and respect, and in my case, well, all of us, I think, admiration. In National Women's Day, my life has been dominated by extraordinary women, 2 grandmothers, my mother, my wife, and 3 daughters. And I would encourage any of you who are ever in the opportunity to visit Seneca Falls, which is where the monument for the National Women's Movement is. And interestingly, many of the women who were involved in starting what we call the National Women's Movement were active in the anti-slavery movement. And they got done with one battle and washed their hands and started on the next one. And I'm impressed. I'm interested in history, and the Holocaust Remembrance Day literally, and the slogan is on the little museum here over by Fred Meyer's, is let's never forget. And between Hitler and Stalin, the total is about 30 million people killed. And these weren't people killed in warfare. These were people killed in genocide. If you add in in the post-World War II period, Rwanda, Paul, those old guys, we get up pretty close to 75 to 80 million people killed simply because of prejudice or that they were unwanted or unpopular, and almost all within their own geological boundaries. Just a sad commentary, and for those, and I think that includes all of you, those who feel and care about others, it's a tragedy. The last one is I think, coming up 48th anniversary of the Roe v. Wade decision. And both Guttmacher and Planned Parenthood have published and said that 95% of the abortions in this country have nothing to do with the health or welfare of the mother. It's simply birth control. Pew Foundation, they published recently that something over 76 or 7% of the abortion clinics in our country are placed in near inner city areas, and that inner city minority people, that those children are being aborted at about 4.5 times the rate of anywhere else. The only third world country I've spent much time in is India, and about 75% of the abortions there are girls. And in China, it has been worse. However you feel about it all, that's where we're at. The total now for the abortions in the 7 years since 1973 in America is just over 60 million. And that makes it about, I think, 56 million and change, all just as part of birth control. I will finish by a quote from Simone de Beauvoir. I think she was married to Jean-Paul Sartre, that she wrote the seminal work on women's liberation in the post-World War II era, The Second Sex. She said, and I quote, "Abortion is the worst thing man has ever done to women. In the act of abortion, a man reaches into a woman's womb, drags out her child in order to return her to her role as a sexual toy." I hope all of these human suffering issues are upsetting to all of us, and certainly what I consider America's Holocaust of the killing of unwanted children stands there at the top. Anyways, I'm glad to bring this to you. I think we all need to think about these things, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. That concludes Assembly comments. We're adjourned.